and at speeds up to 60 miles an hour and temperatures down to 30 below, you don't take chances. You take Chapstick. Chapstick is heavy-duty lip balm, made for weather at its worst, made to go on smooth, to help lips stop chapping and start healing. Why trust your lips to anything less? Don't take chances. Take Chapstick.
Next time you're just a whisker away from your morning coffee, think about this. Who would you rather have making it? The company that made your electric shaver, or your wife's blow dryer, or your child's electric toothbrush? Or the only company in the world that for generations has specialized in the art of coffee making, and, in fact, invented the filter drip coffee maker?
Melita.
That was the close shave. To coffee lovers, Melita means everything.
Najlepszy życzenia.
Back at teeming Tiananmen Square, yet another demonstration passes by. And the early indications from the hunger strikers inside are that they didn't buy what the top government leader and the top Communist Party leader had to say to him early this morning inside those buses of the hunger strikers. For the past several days and nights, this square and all of the nearby hospitals, kind of makeshift MASH units now, have been the scene of extraordinary drama. Thousands of people not just demanding democracy and freedom, but literally willing to die for it.
By the dawn's early light, you can see that some new flags have been unfurled overnight. They are on the roof of the museum overlooking the square. It is the Museum of the Chinese Revolution, and these are revolutionary flags expressing support of the students put there by the museum workers, all government employees. The students had set up their own government of sorts. They directed traffic, imposed order. Whenever scuffles broke out, they were quickly brought under control. There was a constant sense of urgency. People were always passing by in heroic poses, borrowed, it sometimes seemed, from the French Revolution. But in the medical unit at the center of the square, there was no posing at all. It had the feel of a field hospital in the middle of a fierce campaign.
I'm a medical doctor. I care very much about these students. And sometimes I feel like to cry.
The student leader from Beijing hadn't eaten anything in 6 days. He was hospitalized for exhaustion, but after 12 hours insisted on coming back to the square. How do you feel?
How's the feeling?
No feeling.
Nothing at all. Just maybe my mind, dizzy. Maybe my mind is a little bit out of order.
But you still want to continue?
Yeah.
Do you think this is another revolution?
From a certain point of view, you can say something. It's not a violent revolution. It's a very peaceful one.
Did you ever think you'd ever see anything like this?
I never believed this could happen, you know.
Do you think this was another revolution?
No, I don't think it's a revolution like the revolution happening 40 years ago or 10 years ago, like Cultural Revolution, just for a movement. I call it a movement, just push the democratic step forward.
China has been through 3 revolutions this century, all imposed from the top. If these are in fact the first stirrings of the next one, it will be coming from the other direction, from the ground up. While the ambulances keep carting students off to hospitals, the loudspeakers here keep blaring out expressions of support. It was just announced that China's workers' union has donated 100,000 yuan to the student movement. That's almost $15,000, an enormous amount of money here. The students were inundated with donations. They were coming from everywhere. All kinds of people. They were receiving other gifts as well. Food, of course, for those not on hunger strike, soup, and sympathy. Signs of support. new messages in an old hand. This one was from professors. Flowers, too, for these latter-day flower children. Some Buddhist monks passed by to express solidarity. So did a few thousand other delegations. The big questions today were, what would the government do, and how would the skies behave? The students were taking measures.
Why are they getting on buses today?
Because it is said that there will be a rain. So the Red Cross, I don't know how to say it.
The Red Cross, yeah.
And you know that. They offer this bus to help the students.
So the hunger strike now continues on the bus.
Yes, it's just in a spring. But we'll strike to death, it's no problem.
How long has it been since you have eaten?
For 48 hours.
You haven't eaten in 48 hours.
Yeah.
Here's something new here today. For the first time, the students are reading newspapers because for the first time, the newspapers are reporting what's been going on. Here is a picture of the demonstration on the front page of one of the dailies. The papers were already being read out loud. Public broadcasting. Television coverage was being scrutinized, and students were admiring advertisements for themselves. Blow-ups transformed into instant posters. Then the rain came, sending students scurrying into tents and plastic bags. The marchers continued undaunted, their essential message captured perhaps by a Dixieland rendition of the communist anthem, the Internationale, played by high school students in a state of self-proclaimed revolt against the communist leaders of China.
Today, this was the sound of the city. The students' refusal to eat or drink is taking its toll. Beijing Emergency Medical Center, first stop for those who have collapsed in Tiananmen Square.
About 30 hunger strikers have arrived here at the medical center so far today. Every one of them encouraged on by the crowd.
The crowd cheers, one doctor said, because through the strike, the students are putting their lives on the line to send a message for everyone else. And so there were cheers as well for the workers from the Beijing oxygen factory for their donation of oxygen. Cheers for the union leader for his donation of money. And for the medical workers for their donation of medical supplies.
In that way, I thought I was giving them a helping hand, too.
Jane Bell, a Red Cross volunteer who's been working inside for the last 4 days, says the students can use all of it.
Once you lose a lot of your body fluid, you become disoriented, and your mind stops, your brain stops slowing down and functioning, and then a lot of them go unconscious. And so by giving them fluids back up, an IV, then they're bringing the kids back and giving them the strength that they need to function for the body fluid.
You know, people have said here are students who are willing to die for democracy. You're a health professional. Is that too melodramatic?
No, I don't really think it's melodramatic at all. In fact, we have to really talk to the kids, even after we get IVs started, to get them to drink. I tend to be able to talk them into it, tell them that their mother would want them to drink. Some of the parents have tried to talk their kids to stop, and they don't want to. You know, they believe in what they're doing.
为了我们国家的兴亡，为了我们国家的兴亡，为了我们国家的人民。
This is for our country, he says.
真正的自由和真正的民主。
Our country's future, our country's hope.
The doctors here say that many of the hunger strikers have been in for medical treatment 3 and 4 times, and after they're treated, they insist on going back down to the square.
The students are very determined. If the governments and leaders will not solve this problem, I don't think that the people will end this thing, will end this movement. They are very determined.
My boyfriend.
Her boyfriend has had nothing to eat or drink for 6 days. He's having heart problems now, but she says she completely supports his hunger strike.
Will you go back to the square? Will you go back? You will. How do you feel about that as a doctor?
Some of the patients should go home and rest. But if they're determined, if they insist, we respect their wishes. But if this goes on, they will be in danger. And so the ambulances make their deliveries, the doctors pile in for another pickup, and the crowds cheer. The young, who don't really understand what this is all about, and the old, who do. Talk to me about the hunger strike, she says, and the tears roll down my cheeks.
Live back at Tiananmen Square, another river of people just flowed past here shouting, "Li Peng must go." The government and the Communist Party find themselves under increasing siege. And China's own journalists are getting a taste of the free press as our special live edition of 48 Hours continues. And live with their families. Today, the rebellion spread to the very gates of power, the headquarters of the government and the Communist Party. It is unbelievable. I walked there with Asian scholar Stephen Goldstein.
What we're seeing now in front of us are truckload after truckload of workers going by expressing their support for the students.
Now we see the headquarters of the rulers under siege. This is as if demonstrators could control access to the White House.
It's as if students of Washington demonstrated and then said that we are going to take responsibility for protecting the White House.
Normally, Chinese pedestrians are not permitted to linger in front of the gates to Zhongnanhai. Today, a half-dozen weakening hunger strikers lie on the pavement, and there's nothing the guards can do about it.
Do we call this anarchy, what's going on all around us? It is not anarchy in the sense that order doesn't exist, but the students are maintaining the order.
Behind this ornate gate, the communist leaders of China have ruled like the emperors in the ancient Forbidden City, governing in secrecy, remote from the people.
They're saying to the regime, you want democracy? You talk about democracy? Here it is. Now what are you going to do about it?
And you talk about People's Republic of China, we're going to take it.
We're the people. You talk about political reform, we've got it.
Is this spreading so that they are going to control all of Beijing, the capital of a country of 1.1 billion people?
They are certainly, as you say, beginning to control the major centers, the major political nerve centers of this city.
Steve, when do we then stop using the word demonstration and start saying revolution?
I really don't know. Revolution occurs not only when there's popular discontent, but when leaders cease to respond.
Deng Xiaoping, the protesters chant, it is time to leave the stage. The 84-year-old Deng changed China, opened his nation to the world, and created economic reforms with a touch of capitalism that are far ahead of the Soviet Union. But now the patriarch has lost his charisma. Whatever solution they find, or whatever develops out of this, I'm beginning to feel that this will permanently change the most populous country in the world.
I think you're right. I think that what we've seen the last few days is a genuine historic event.
Good evening. In the news tonight, Premier Li Peng calls for...
News workers said Mao must serve the people. But since Mao came to this land, the tightly controlled media served the government that controlled it. Example, 2 weeks ago, Chinese television showed the swearing-in of young communists at Tiananmen Square. There was not a word about a major student demonstration in the same place later that day. Not a word, not a picture.
各位观众，晚上好。现在报告晚间新闻。
But this week, reporters find their stories leading the newscast.
We are started telling truth, right? Yeah, at least from yesterday.
So at Chinese television, reporters and camera crews hurrying to cover the biggest story of their lives now believe they will be able to tell that story the way they see it. The censor who once came daily from the Ministry of Culture isn't showing up anymore. For 27-year-old reporter Fei Cha, freedom of the press, a major demand of the students, has come at breathtaking speed.
Why? These people are here, they say, for one thing, for freedom of the press. Why? What is it that they want?
Well, they just want newspaper and television and radio to say something true.
And with this newfound courage to speak out has come credibility for reporters like Wong.
How did it feel before, when you couldn't tell the truth as a journalist?
They hate us. They hate us.
And now?
We can interview what we want, and also we can say, we can report what we want.
Today, the story was hunger-striking students. That is, if the students would allow the government journalists into their area. The decision, they were welcome. Wong had his story for the nightly English-language newscast. His executive editor, who must approve the script, is also a party member.
I used some of the shots from...
You saw that?
Yeah.
She's crying in the face. Then he has a stand-up of who's saying this is the lane where the ambulances come, and it's just a very quick thing.
Hey, very good.
The stamp of approval, the script virtually unchanged.
CCTV's Erchuan was at the Tiananmen Square this afternoon and has this report.
Well, that is the so-called emergency line.
To those who have tasted freedom, it will be hard if they are ordered to give it up, to go back to the old ways, even if that means the rules that were in effect just last week. And there is no guarantee it will not end as quickly as it began.
China, things happen in China. I think it's like Shakespeare's drama. The curtain never falls. You've got to wait and see.
Well, live from Tiananmen Square, and the thought that people power is playing to an ever wider audience in the People's Republic. Bruce Morton reports from inside China's largest city when we return, so stay with us. Diffuse the situation. Just a few minutes ago, the Chinese government television just released pictures of this morning's extraordinary visit to this square by the premier of the country, Li Peng, and the Communist Party leader, Zhao Ziyang. Now, according to the government account of the visit back there with the hunger strikers, the Communist Party leader told the hunger strikers, "We came too late. We should have come before." And he promised them that if they would end their strike, the government would not end its dialogue with them. As previously reported, the early indications are the hunger strikers are saying that's not enough and they aren't buying the whole thing. Tiananmen Square, 100 acres here, the largest public square in the world. And just this week, it was filled to overflow with more than 1 million people. That's a population as large as the state of Maine. The square is surrounded by memorials to the Chinese Revolution, to the people. This People's Revolution may have begun here, but it is not ending here. And among the places caught up in the fervor now is the largest city in the country, Shanghai.
Visiting the hunger strikers is not always easy. You have to come through the crowd of spectators and friends first. They're friendly, but the big crowd can shove a camera crew around. This is how one of our arrivals looked. Once you're in, though, the students show a lot of discipline. Linked hands sometimes for crowd control, ropes sometimes, and when that isn't enough, they yell at the standees. This chant goes, "Sit down." Lots do, and that makes getting around some easier. Chinese demonstrators, it turns out, like to chant. Her chants say, long live students, long live the people, and to love the country is not wrong. Trying for more power, she's pointing one megaphone into another. The movement needs bigger bullhorns. This was our first visit Wednesday afternoon. The crowds kept growing.
It's just after 10:30 at night, Wednesday night, Shanghai time. We passed about 4 groups of students going home on our way back to the municipal building here. But as you can see, there are plenty left in place. There are more spectators, there are more hunger strikers than when we were here this afternoon. And their mood, as you can hear, is anything but gloomy.
They applaud, this is Thursday morning now, whenever a new group marches in. But this applause was for us, for the CBS News camera crew. The students believe very strongly that a free press in China and abroad will help their cause. They devoured the newspapers that were passed out this morning. All right, one kid did have what looked like a girly book. And whether they're right or wrong about press coverage, there were a lot more reporters and cameras there today.
And I think the people in China are all supporting the students here.
You meet people at these demonstrations. We met Xiao Li, third-year international relations student. His parents and grandparents live in America. He chose to live here.
Well, I think I should stay here because I'm a Chinese. I love China.
Coming here was not without risk.
Many students are threatened that if they come to the Boone to go on hunger strike, and then they won't have good job after graduation. I think what they want is very reasonable, and what they are thinking is just what I am thinking. So I think it's up to me to come here.
He says, I admire Gandhi in India for his nonviolence movement, and I think what we can do here is just go on a hunger strike.
Because, you know, we won for quite a long time. From the main force movement in 1919 to 1989, we have waited for almost 70 years. We just want science. We want democracy. We want freedom.
They do not all want elections now. They want the government and the party to speak to them and their concerns.
Not to overthrow the government, but to make the government pay attention?
Yes, because I don't think that there's another party or political group.
How serious are they? The young man being talked to is Sun Jiangyu from the Shanghai Electric Power Institute. The older people are from his school. They're trying to talk him into quitting the hunger strike and going back to school. He said no. They offered him what looked like vitamins and water. He said no. Sun did have to leave later, though. The medics said so, and they're medical students, not authority figures from the adult world. Sun argued with them, too, but he lost. When he left, the crowd applauded him. They really are disciplined. Medics, caretaken not to disturb the few police they face. They're sophisticated in some ways, naive in others. They hope to win. They do not all think they will. He says China has lost so many chances in the past, we don't think we should lose more chances.
All day, more and more groups, more and more banners have come marching down the Bund. Shanghai Television, the Journalists Union, the Drama Group, the Christian Institute. The students have started something, started a movement here in Shanghai, and it's hard to imagine it ending anytime soon.
The sign says, Mama, we did it for your sake. Mama, in this Chinese phrase, can mean either mother or country. They are patriots. But Xiao Li thinks he may go to America after all.
China's cry for freedom and democracy is also being heard in the United States. This is San Francisco. Students delivering a letter to the Chinese consulate, urging the leadership in Beijing to heed the will of the people. A similar letter is delivered in New York.
We are a group of students from Columbia University. My
name is Yuan Jiang. I am from Beijing.
I'm from Sichuan province.
I'm from Beijing.
I come from Wuhan.
There are more than 25,000 Chinese students studying in the United States. For these Columbia University graduate students, their link with colleagues at more than 50 other American campuses is both the telephone and the computer.
We are now in a most critical moment for China's future.
And, of course, television.
Is the CBS Evening News. News sources tell us that the Army has told the government it will not act against the demonstrators unless it's called to put down violent riots.
As you saw all of these demonstrators today, more than 1 million in the square, what thoughts went through your mind?
Well, I wish I were there, but I'm here.
Here you are. We're on Broadway here in New York. You are touching and feeling this thing called democracy and freedom, something that the students in Tiananmen Square in Beijing are willing to put their lives on the line for, to go up against the Chinese government. Do you think it's worth it?
I think it is quite worth it for Chinese students sometimes to take a radical action or sacrifice their lives in order to obtain freedom and democracy.
31-year-old Chung Yu wants to be involved in the action. A graduate student at the University of Chicago. She is expecting her first child in November, but this morning, her mind was on the crisis back home.
I think it has a lot of historical significance, and also emotionally I'm so moved by the students, so I want to be part of it.
Chung Yu is on her way to Beijing now to add one more voice to the 1 million plus already there.
With us here in Tiananmen Square, and we're honored to have her here, is Betty Bao Lord, author, authority on Chinese history and more, and wife of the former ambassador of the United States to China. Betty, what does this tremendous concern for the hunger strikers tell us about China? And do you know anybody out here?
Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, I know one of the young students who are in one of those buses who has been on a hunger strike for the last 4 days and on a water strike for 1 day. His parents are very proud of him, and they have stood by him. In fact, they've made the ultimate sacrifice. They don't go to see him because it would be too emotional, and they're afraid that he would break down. And so at one end of this square are the parents praying for him, and in one of those buses, their child.
This is the traditional, deep Chinese concern for children.
Yes.
What's the most important thing for Americans to know about these extraordinary events this week?
I think it's because this square is where the Communist Party and the Peasant Revolution came in to take the capital. And at that time, people welcomed them. People felt this was their leader. These are the leaders who could speak for him. I think what we see today are people who feel they can speak for themselves. And this is a big change. Perhaps not because the party has made them all into a jail, put them in a jail, but they psychologically, in many ways, have put themselves into a jail. They have felt they have to look to somebody to speak for them. And I think they have found out today they can speak very well for themselves. Also, the second point is there's an old Chinese traditional saying that says one Chinese can carry a pail of water, 2 Chinese can only carry a half bucket of water, and 3 Chinese can't carry a drop of water. And what we're seeing today are strangers working together, caring for one another, and doing something together without having been told by somebody else to do it.
Betty Bell Lord, thank you very much. Now, when we come back, we'll be looking at a lot of things, including the latest from the square. But before we do that, let's note that there's been a kind of stunned silence from Washington during this week of remarkable change in China. And with me now to talk about that, the Soviet-Chinese summit and what's happening here, are 2 of our experienced correspondents in Washington, Leslie Stahl, our White House correspondent, and Bill Plant, our State Department correspondent. Leslie Stahl, George Bush is the only American president ever to have lived in China and one of the few to know very much about the Far East at all. Any indication of what he may think about all of this?
Well, Dan, the White House has been, as you pointed out, virtually silent on this whole issue. I will tell you, though, that privately, the White House is extremely grateful that it was Gorbachev and not George Bush who was there during this demonstration. This would have been extremely difficult for this man to have handled. After all, how could the leader of the free world not walk out among those students? They're quoting Lincoln, they're fighting, they're dying, some of them obviously, for freedom and democracy. And yet, as a diplomat in China, George Bush was, it would have been extremely difficult for him to have crossed his old friend Deng Xiaoping and to have done that. So they're very grateful that it's Gorbachev who's being who was embarrassed and not George Bush.
Dan?
And Bill Plant, was our State Department caught completely off guard by all of this?
Dan, I have to tell you that the first reaction we hear from all of official Washington is that they are very glad that for once it's Gorbachev who's being upstaged instead of George Bush. They are delighted that Gorbachev had to change his schedule, had to be taken in the back way, that he got very little international media coverage. But on an official level, Dan, they take a rather ho-hum and nonchalant attitude toward this. They maintain that it doesn't really affect U.S. interests, although there are some conservative voices warning that it may very well if the two communist giants drop the tensions between them.
Bill Plant and Leslie Stahl, thank you very much. Charles Kuralt has been with us here watching the student rebellion become a mass movement, and in a moment, his special perspective on a week that could change China forever. Too often sometimes say, well, this is an exciting and momentous occasion and historic occasion. This time I have a feeling we may actually be right about that.
I can't think of any parallel experience. I can't think of any parallel in human history, to tell you the truth, Dan. A genuine uprising from the people, not orchestrated from on high. It has been a very moving experience to see. We're used to big crowds. We're used to focusing on demonstrations and having to tell people, well, other parts of the city are calm. No part of this city, and today, no part of China is calm. People are in a patriotic fervor, and patriotic is what they think this is.
And it has a spontaneity and authenticity that is unique. It occurred to me that so often our cameras are accused, and rightly so, of distorting an event, making it seem larger than it really is. This time, it seems to me that our cameras are not large enough to take in the scope and importance of this.
The Chinese don't know where this is all going. The people, all these millions don't know. The people in the government buildings don't know, and we don't know. I am sure, however, that we're going to be telling our grandchildren that we were in China this week.
It's an unsettling time. I don't find myself afraid of anything, and the Chinese don't seem to be afraid, but there is that sense of they're plunging into the unknown.
They know what they want. They want something like the First Amendment, freedom of speech, the press, freedom of assembly. They want an end to corruption, by which, in talking to many of these people, I have come to understand as an end to what they call the back door, the necessity to have a connection, pull, to get anything done. They know that some people get good apartments. They know that some people can change their jobs, but they know they can't. And millions of people all over China are saying, that's wrong. You shouldn't have to have a back door. You shouldn't have to have government corruption. In a country as great as China, they always had that.
And these hunger strikers, the hardcore back there in the square, they said time and time again, listen, the party elite and their families get special treatment, and we're through with that.
Communist Party members are saying the same thing. Workers are saying the same thing. Yesterday, you remember an event like this in little moments. Yesterday, a great truck full of workers and leading a convoy of other such trucks came down just one of the streets miles from here in the suburbs. And people lined the streets cheering, and the banner across the front of the lead truck said, addressing itself to the hunger strikers, "Hang on, little brothers. Your big brothers are here now." Something about this kind of experience sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it?
It sure does. Thanks, Charles. There's an old Chinese curse, "May you live in interesting times." What will these interesting times bring? More turmoil? Very likely. More freedom and democracy? Maybe. There's little doubt that this is a turning point for modern China and for world communism. It could well be a new people's revolution for the 1990s and beyond. As another Chinese proverb says, "In the past, open up the future." That is what seems to be happening here, now, in China. Ending the past, opening up the future. I'm Dan Rather, reporting from Beijing. Until next week, that's 48 hours.
Dangerously is over.
For the hunger strikers here in Tiananmen Square. They are still here. The army is not. Incredible. China's communist hardliners are finally in control of the government and the party, and they have called out the army in yet another... been massing for hours, and it still is not here. It's now Saturday morning in Beijing, a week after the start of a hunger strike that threatened to bring down the government. There is a feeling of ecstasy in this square at the moment because the hunger strikers expected that the army would be here by now, and that they would be out. That hasn't happened. The square is filling back up again now with supporters, and the hunger strikers, their view is that the army is stymied, the pendulum is swinging back their way, and that again they have the government on the run. Now, this sequence of events began in the middle of the night. Premier Li Peng, the hardline ally of 84-year-old Deng Xiaoping, declared a modified form of martial law for Beijing to end what he called a state of anarchy. That capped 24 riveting hours of roller coaster events and emotions. 5 a.m., a final gesture by Premier Li Peng and Communist Party Chief Zhao Jian. They came down here to be seen talking with hunger strikers. Li Peng stayed only for a couple of minutes, shook hands, had his photograph taken, and hurried out. Zhao Jiang, who has recommended a soft line toward the students, appeared visibly moved. He delivered a conciliatory statement of sorts. "I came too late. I should have come earlier," he told the students. He promised them the government will not end its dialogue if you end your strike. Zhao signed autographs, but when he left, the students gave the visit at best mixed reviews. With the pre-dawn visit, the government and the party had gone as far as they would go. Dawn, 6 a.m., 7th day of the hunger strike. Apprehension is in the air. Things are different. The crowds began to get a bit smaller. Mid-morning, 10 a.m., the square looks and smells more and more like a garbage dump. And as the day wears on, the mood goes steadily down. By early afternoon, students are debating what 24 hours before would have been unthinkable, possibly giving up their strike.
I think the strike should stop now because now many students' lives are in danger. And I think we also achieved a lot. We do not want to lose some students because they are very young and they have a long way to go in their lives.
Late afternoon, it becomes apparent Deng Xiaoping has made his decision. Go to the hard line. 7:30 p.m. The government and the party make their move. All demonstrations would be banned as of midnight, and steps would be taken to end them. At the same time, a report that Zhao Jiang had offered his resignation. Not clear whether the party had accepted the resignation. 9 p.m. The students announced they will no longer call their strike a hunger strike. Now it will be a sit-down strike. At the same time, reports of army troops moving into place near the square. It's 11 o'clock at night, the grapevine has been busy. Word has spread that the Communist Party secretary may be out, that the Army may be moving in here. What's been happening the last few hours as word spread, one truck after another has steamed in here with people aboard. We've seen a number of trucks commandeered on the street. Sympathy, people saying, let us have your truck, or just taking the truck so they can get to Tiananmen Square. The sense is that something's up, and whatever it is will happen before dawn.
11:30 p.m. Half an hour to go until the midnight deadline. Protest leaders call a meeting in the square. An intense discussion. A vote yields no decision. Midnight, the deadline passes. More reports and rumors of troop movements, many close by. 12:30 a.m. Premier Li Peng appears on radio and television, speaking to an audience of top officials and, over loudspeakers, to the crowds. He says anarchy and riots are threatening the state, threatening to wreck the economy. He blames it on a small group of conspirators trying to overthrow communist rule. He declares a kind of martial law to put down the protest. Those listening on loudspeakers jeer and begin to chant, Li Peng come down, Li Peng come down. 2 a.m. The Army still hasn't arrived. Truckloads of strike supporters begin coming in again. The students dare to hope. 4 a.m. Reports increase that the Army has tried to move closer, but has run into passive resistance from citizens. Dawn. The Army is still not here. A policeman rides into the square, announcing, I represent all of the police of Beijing. We support the students. We support the people. Long live democracy. Long live freedom. The leaders must be brought down, he says. This was a patriotic movement, and the government brought in troops with weapons to put it down. The leaders must be brought down. By dawn's early light, the students were still there. They had won the night.
Now, watch and listen to this report from CBS News correspondent Barry Peterson. He moved out in the wee hours of the morning to check reports of troop movements. He found Army units coming in from the west, well, over there, about 5 miles down the main road from here, Tiananmen Square. But the Army was already running into nonviolent resistance.
Army power met people power, and on this night, people power won. Go back, they chanted at these troops from Inner Mongolia, from hundreds of miles away, fueling rumors that soldiers from bases in Beijing had refused to march against the students. Authorities had anticipated trouble. They reportedly wanted to use the subway to move their troops, but subway officials said no. The commander and his men seemed stunned, speechless, unsure what to do next, and with cause. Never in China's 40 years of communism has its army been so openly defied. Workers from a piano factory draped their protest banner across this army truck. No matter what the Central Committee says, this is a great patriotic movement, she says. The students are the hope of our country. Our party must not make any more mistakes. We are very unhappy. The people you are trying to crush are ordinary people, she screams. You're the ones who decided to do this, he shouts. I'm a student. I'm definitely not going to let you go. Another man says, you've allowed your conscience to be stolen. There was so much noise, this man dashed out in his pajamas to see what all the fuss was about. He stayed to support his neighbors. And there was more, much more. 80 trucks, complete with what appeared to be sophisticated communications equipment. The people fenced them in with a rope and stood shoulder to shoulder, a human wall.
The soldiers are here because these people have used the only weapon they have, themselves, to stop this convoy dead in its tracks.
And they took no chances. The lead truck would go nowhere. We will stay, they said, over and over. We will stay here, and so will the soldiers. Barry Peterson, CBS News, Beijing.
After that extraordinary night, an extraordinary day, another one in the making now. I'll be back with more news from China as we continue our special series of reports on China and the new face of communism. The movement has held together. Bob Simon reports how they got through the night.
Melancholy music had taken the place of the passionate rhetoric coming from the speakers the day before. Out beyond the flag, there were no more trucks, no more parades, no more supporters. The students were alone, the soldiers were on their way. It looked like the Beijing spring of '89 would be over within hours. Are you frightened? Are you scared?
Yeah.
When night fell and the invasion seemed imminent, student leaders started giving orders. No violence, they said. That's the first priority. If you're beaten, don't beat back. All weak students leave immediately, they ordered. There was a flurry of ambulances. And then word started getting through. The People's Army was being blocked by the people. The mood began to shift. The crowd began to swell. The speakers announced new and unimagined kinds of victories. Army tires being slashed. Subway workers refusing to transport soldiers. Big Brother had tripped, apparently. Who's a paper tiger now? The fear disappeared in the cold night air. So you're not frightened?
You can see from my face.
There was new music, hand in hand. All the people are hand in hand, a student explained. Whatever happens next, the sense of the square was that the long night had spelled victory for the people, just what the communists have always said they're all about.
With me in Tiananmen Square is veteran Beijing correspondent John Sheehan, whose insights have been so helpful this all week long, and he and Bob Simon have been out here in Tiananmen Square all evening long. Bob, you were just having a conversation. What do you hear?
Stan, the hunger strike is over. The students have decided that they need their strength. They can't fast anymore. In fact, we also heard from a student that several hundred military vehicles are heading towards Tiananmen Square right now. This is one report, but the students have been convinced all night that if they got through the night, that the people of Beijing would flood the square in the morning and prevent the army from coming in, making it not only politically embarrassing, but impossible, logistically impossible.
Well, underscoring, John, that we don't know that that armored column is actually near the square. That's what we hear. Where does this go from here?
What we do know is that troops have been stopped down here to the east, and that those troops had been shipped to Beijing from Sichuan province, a long way away. The troops were stopped. There was 13 truckloads full of troops, about 2 companies, and reportedly went over to the side of the people. Dan, this is a very dangerous situation. In 1976, there was a similar incident here when the army came in to put down the Red Guards. Some of the soldiers sided with the Red Guards, others did not, and this country came very close to civil war.
Bob, the hunger strike is over. They're still here, the protesters, but they've ended the hunger strike.
Yes, Dan, and a Western diplomat just passed by and said, looking with astonished amazement at this scene, said they'll never put this genie back in the bottle. I think that doesn't require that much imagination right now. In fact, being here, it seems that the status quo is more difficult to imagine than profound change. There will be change.
Thank you, Bob and John. I'll be back in a moment with the day's other news, and then...
It was his first public appearance in more than 2 weeks. He tried to appear confident, in control, a man surrounded by friends and well-wishers. At the same time, General Noriega moved on another front to hit the U.S. where it hurts, by trying to weaken security at the U.S. Embassy. At least 15 members of a private security company employed by the embassy have been rounded up by Noriega's forces. The government says the company's under investigation. Caught by surprise, the U.S. is worried about the questions they are being asked.
What are the posts which are manned? What are the hours in which they're manned? How are they manned? what radio procedures are used, what transportation system is used to get guards from post to post. In other words, the nuts and bolts of how they operate.
Meanwhile, the last elements of the U.S. military buildup arrive via the Panama Canal. For the moment, they are restricted to U.S. bases. Juan Vasquez, CBS News, Panama City.
The investigation into the gun turret blast that killed 47 aboard the USS Iowa last month has reportedly taken a new direction. CBS News Defense Department correspondent David Martin reports it now includes a criminal investigation.
Investigators attempting to determine what caused this explosion aboard the battleship Iowa are examining the possibility that this was not a tragic accident, but a horrible case of murder. Two of the crew members in gun turret number 2 had taken out life insurance policies more than a year ago, naming each other as beneficiary. The policies were worth $50,000, but paid double in the case of accidental death. One of the insured crew members was among the 47 who died in the explosion when the powder used to hurl the 16-inch projectile exploded prematurely. The other was among the 11 men down below in the powder magazine who survived. That has investigators looking into the possibility the powder was somehow tampered with in the magazine before it was sent up to the gun house.
By themselves, the insurance policies prove nothing. But investigators continue to pursue the possibility of foul play because experts have been unable to come up with a plausible explanation for how the powder could have gone off accidentally. David Martin, CBS News, the Pentagon.
Ferdinand Marcos, exiled former president of the Philippines, is reported to be near death tonight in a Honolulu hospital. Heart, lung, and kidney failure among his ailments. The current Philippine president, Corazon Aquino, refused today to allow Marcos to return home to die.
There is so much more than
Just a political power struggle. It's a struggle for life, a new life, a fuller life for the people of China. With that in mind and for perspective, Charles Garrault takes us on a trip down to Shanghai.
Chinese communism was born in Shanghai. Shanghai is the most populous city in this communist country. Let us find a child of communist Shanghai, say that one riding home from school on the back of his father's bicycle, and ask him, "You little boy, what would you like to be when you grow up?"
I would like to be a boss of a company. First, a boss can make a lot of money, and he can rule a whole company, and he will have many, many people working under him. And he will make great progress, and when he has enough money, he will be able to purchase a very, very big house with a garden in the front and in the back. And he will have a German car and everything that a millionaire should have.
Meet Tong Zhe, who just turned 12 years old and who doesn't seem to have heard that under communism, profit used to be a dirty word.
Profit, complicated, isn't it? But I think now it's not a dirty word, it's a clean word.
Profit is a clean word in China these days, and Tong Zhe's parents are not raising him to be some little cog in a big communist wheel. She says, "In our youth, my husband and I were forced into the countryside to work as peasants. We lost our chance for a good education and prosperity. So now all our hopes and desires manifest themselves in our son. You must study everything," she says. "You must study English, you must study music. Also, you have to learn proper thought and morality and how to make contributions to society. Mother wants you to be a Renaissance man." The family lives in one room. Tong Zhe has a bed of his own. To make room for a piano for their son, his mother and father moved their bed out. They sleep on the couch. She says, "Once Tong Zhe told me, 'Mother, I want a bigger room. Ours is too small.' I just told him, 'Don't worry, we'll think of a way to raise a great person from a small room.' In some families, they turn out an insignificant child from a large room." Well, little Tong Zhe can translate this better than we can.
Once I cried to my mother and I said, "I'd like to have a larger room. Our room is too small for me to jump and play." And my mother said, well, sometimes in a small room a VIP would grow up, and in a big room there will be only a little peanut.
At 12, he's already determined to be a VIP and not a peanut. And what about his classmates? Do they want to be bosses too?
I'm afraid not. Some of them dream of becoming a soccer star because they like soccer so much. And I think that I do too. But they dream of becoming a soccer star, and some dreams of becoming a peasant. But that's not a very good one.
In a country which only a few years ago tried to banish all Western influences, in a room above a back alley in Shanghai, a little Chinese boy wearing a New York Giants football sweatshirt is practicing his Mozart and planning his life.
I will make a long trip through the whole world, and I will see all those famous places such as the Statue of Liberty and Golden Gate Bridge, Broadway, and so I think I would like to be a boss.
Back here in Beijing, the Army is maneuvering on the outskirts of Tiananmen Square. The student protesters are hanging in, hanging tough. We'll continue to monitor this story. We'll have special reports for you on this CBS station when they are warranted. We hope to have a report in your late local news tonight. We hope you'll stay tuned as these days of awe in China continue. For now, Dan Rather in the CBS Evening News. Supporters of the protest. This is not the kind of situation that we've been seeing, for example, in South Korea. Neither side wants violence. Neither side has had violence, but the Army is trying to maneuver its way, inch its way, wheedle its way to the square to break the back of the protest movement. So far, they haven't been able to do it. So they had those helicopter overflies in hopes of scattering them and scaring them, but that hasn't worked either. Now, we've just been called to the control room. Excuse me, sir, to our Chinese bureaucratic friends who are here to try to shut us down.
We have the pictures that we fed out of there that we want to put on the air.
Right. Now, what you're going to see and hear, we hope, what you're going to see and hear right now, we hope, are videotapes of some of what has been happening this morning. This is the kind of thing they pulled the plug on us in Tiananmen Square. Now, these are Army units trying to get to the square. Watch and listen to this. As the people say to the Army, don't do this to your own people. And you can see how uncomfortable the soldiers are. These young Chinese dispatched from outlying provinces into Beijing to move into Tiananmen Square and try to shut down the protest movement. Watch and listen to this. The commander stays in the truck. Commander, at one point, you can see virtually has tears in his eyes, and look at that soldier in the left-hand quadrant of the screen. Now the commander smiles and is forced to shake hands. This kind of scene is happening all around Beijing today. The Army trucks surrounded, the people throw them flowers. This soldier, it's on his face. Is this what I got in the Army to do? Crowds surround the trucks manage to inch forward a little, and then they're stopped again. Now, let's go to another piece of videotape. This is a little while later, actually in Tiananmen Square. What you're going to see are the helicopters come by for the first time. Let's listen to the crowd as they see them. Camouflage military helicopters flying past the Heroes Monument in the middle of Tiananmen Square, over the Great Hall of the People. The crowd doesn't scatter. Some run at the edges, but others shout, shake their fists, and cry derision. Nobody knew at this point, this was the first helicopter flyby, whether they were going to drop tear gas canisters or let troops off or what they were going to do. Now, it was roughly at this point where, despite our agreement, the Foreign Ministry directed the state-operated radio and television to pull the plug on us when that first helicopter flyby was there. As it turned out, the helicopters made a run around the square and they swooped away. That's when the plug got pulled on our live coverage in Tiananmen Square. Now, about 20 minutes later, there was yet another helicopter flyby. Whether it was the same helicopters, nobody could say. But again, this time 5 helicopters. I think there were 8 the first time. 5 helicopters came the second time and swooped down lower at slower speed over the square. The crowd rumbled with talk that they're going to land, they're going to let troops off. They didn't. Again, they finally flew away. We were at that point desperately trying to get back on the air with our live coverage from Tiananmen Square, but it became increasingly apparent that they weren't going to return. So that's when we made a run for our main broadcasting facility some 20, 25 minutes away in the Hotel Shangri-La. We arrived here to find the people from the state-operated, state-controlled television saying they were only the messengers, but they'd been told by the Foreign Ministry that they were to pull the plug on us here, despite a written agreement well in advance that we would be able to broadcast at least until 1 o'clock this afternoon, Beijing time. Now, a note has just been handed to me, which says, to recap briefly, the government continues trying to crack the back of the core of the protest movement in Tiananmen Square. It has yet been unable to do that. Dan Rather, CBS News, in Beijing, China.
This has been a CBS News special report. This is CBS.
Now pro-democracy demonstrators in the streets. It happened early Tuesday morning, China time, in a suburb of Beijing called Fengtai. That's about 10 miles from Tiananmen Square, heart of the city and heart of the protest. Trucks and armored personnel carriers carrying soldiers armed with AK-47 rifles tried to move out. It's not known if the troops were actually heading for Tiananmen Square. But whatever happened, the pro-democracy demonstrators blocked the road. Some soldiers then got out, throwing bricks, using their belts against protesters, but the demonstrators would not give way, and the Army vehicles finally took refuge in a military compound. No serious injuries reported, and no reports of the Army actually firing shots. Bruce Morton in Beijing picks up the story.
There was a violent clash, as you say, Dan, but 2 letters say something not so violent about the way this story is developing. One to the newspaper People's Daily, signed by more than 100 high-ranking military officers opposing Li Peng's declaration of martial law and saying the Army won't shoot the people. The other from the students, asking the National People's Congress to talk about how to end martial law and allow the students to go back to class. In the meantime, the siege goes on, and every sunrise seems a victory for the young people in the square. Life is hard for them. Sleep is uneasy and crowded. The hands raised in victory V's sometimes droop. The students try to sweep up the garbage, but there is so much garbage. They wash, but there is so much dirt. Buses ring part of the square, a defense against attack, windows taped to limit the impact of flying glass. Flags flutter, and these big banners, which look like Viking sails. The people huddled outside the Great Hall of the People see each dawn as a victory. Another night passed, and we're still here. By day, helicopters drop leaflets. The Army doesn't want to suppress the students, but it must enforce martial law. That's not easy. People Power intercepted this convoy. Troops got an earful from citizens. These guys are marching off to lunch, not war. In the rest of the city, things inched back towards normality Monday. Some buses ran, but the subway was closed, station doors locked. Gas stations opened for the first time in several days. Lines were long, and some people brought tanks to hoard a little, just in case. This man, some shelves were bare, others had produce. But he says he can't get produce from far away. The trucks aren't moving. And the strawberry lady says she's having trouble getting fruit to sell. Traffic policemen worked some corners, not others. And sometimes people, aware of the martial law decree, asked our cameras not to shoot. So there was one clash, but there was not a military effort to drive the students from the square. They have survived one more night, they feel, one more battle. Dan?
Thank you, Bruce Morton. Now, the movement for freedom and reform has sparked a split and a power struggle among the men who rule China. A leadership split between hardliners and the compromise and wait them out faction of the party and the government. It's impossible to tell which side has or may get the upper hand. Our veteran China correspondent John Sheehan has the latest on the story of trouble at the top in Beijing.
Dan, the Chinese leadership is so paralyzed and in such disarray that it is fighting for its own survival as well as trying to put down the pro-democracy revolt. There is now a second encampment of pro-democracy protesters on the doorstep of Zhongnanhai, headquarters of the Communist Party and the government. Beyond the squatters' laundry line, beyond a mound of garbage, a crowd of ordinary citizens calls day and night for the ouster of the hardliners, Prime Minister Li Peng and the formerly revered Supreme Leader Deng Xiaoping. Even staunch party members like Yang Shanyi, a leading intellectual, are defecting from Deng and Li.
History may say that this is as significant, if not more significant, than the French Revolution.
What would be a really Chinese solution to this crisis?
Well, we won't send them to the guillotine. We'll just ask them to resign.
60-year-old Li was a colorless bureaucrat until his elevation last year from Minister of Electrical Power to Prime Minister. Some Chinese, appalled at his ruthless reaction to the student demonstrations, ascribe it to his education in the Soviet Union under Stalin. Deng's hand-picked government is immobilized. Martial law is a failure. His position and Prime Minister Li's are eroding with every hour that the non-violent protests continue.
By failing to respond reasonably when it could have, the Communist Party brought China to the brink of chaos. Neither the government nor the students control the situation anymore.
The students on the square are now as factionalized as the communist leaders. One glimmer of hope is that the siege of Tiananmen might be ended by the students themselves. If all the factions do agree to pull out of the square, they can always come back, a fact of which the government is all too painfully aware. John Sheehan, CBS News, Beijing.
At a premium in Beijing and throughout China now is reliable news about what is and is not really happening. For one thing, there's very little on Chinese television or radio, for that matter, in the Chinese newspapers. Chinese college students in this country are sending news reports to Beijing on fax machines. The official Chinese government and party spin isn't getting much play, as we hear from Barry Peterson.
This is a city fighting for information and getting it. Workers sold out their copies of this small newspaper at their front gate. Did the government censor their issue? We're the ones in control of this newspaper, says the editor proudly. The government isn't here. Posters pasted on light poles or at bus stops tell what the government will not. The troops didn't get into the city, he says. How incredible. Students bicycle to neighborhood meetings to explain their demands and tell about the latest troop movements. A crowd at a subway station a dozen miles away hears the same thing. At Chinese television, reportedly now under direct army control, there was more information being broadcast than expected, including an interview with a general. Will he move on the city? He admits, we're in a difficult position. There are a lot of people up ahead. Foreign journalists are under the tightest of restrictions, told to take virtually no pictures, do no interviews with students. Few are obeying the government's decree.
The reported deadline for clearing the square will come 43 hours.
And the long-distance phone lines still work. Al Passan's report was instantly beamed back into China on Voice of America.
Just all the martial law orders are being flagrantly violated, both by the people and by the journalists, so it's almost as if it doesn't exist.
Sometimes foreign television crews are angrily waved away. You're violating our laws. More often, applauded. Thank you for being here, people say. Sometimes the subject of a speech. We want our story told, says this student. Help the foreigners. To a government under siege, the flow of information to its own people and to the outside world is suddenly deemed dangerous and illegal. But it has not stopped. Barry Peterson, CBS News, Beijing.
Voice of America now says that China has started jamming 3 of the 5 frequencies VOA uses to beam Mandarin Chinese language broadcasts to China. Still to come on tonight's CBS Evening News, the U.S. Secretary of State lectures Israel. Correspondent Martha Teichner has a story of Israel's attempts to suppress the news.
I came to help the students, Han Shuyang says. I'm worried about them, but I'm not afraid of anything else. If the students do win, it will be because of Han and people like her. The city relaxed some today. Subways began running. More buses moved. But people like Han still surrounded trucks full of troops here and there. One clash Monday night left some citizens and some soldiers injured. The government called a press conference about that. The government even held a hospital tour to show off its wounded. Still, it has been a very nonviolent confrontation. Students and their supporters marched Tuesday through a dust storm and a driving rain, and they chanted all the time. Chant after chant, group after group, the same words. Li Peng, step down. Li Peng, step down. That may not be enough to topple the embattled premier, the hardliner whose hardline has flopped, but there were other signs. The protest was back on the evening news in Beijing. The government news agency carried a story listing complaints against Premier Li. And the government allowed Western television networks to begin transmitting live by satellite again, producing a fierce competitive scurry of reporters and producers jockeying for a turn at the dish. The government's martial law decree prohibits reporting, but it is now letting reporters use its facilities to violate its own decree. Some of the student protesters wanted to leave, but the majority voted to stay. They stayed, they've survived another night on the concrete, and things seem to be going their way. Bruce Morton, CBS News, Beijing.
No final winners or losers clear yet in the continuing power struggle within China's ruling trio at the top. There are growing indications that hardline Premier Li Peng is, as the students want, on the way out. That does not bode well for Li Peng's main supporter, senior leader Deng Xiaoping, and it could mean a quick comeback for the Communist Party chief Zhao Ziyan. Earlier today, I asked John Sheehan in Beijing just how precarious is Premier Li Peng's hold on power.
The answer is very precarious. When 1 million people are marching around the center of the city screaming for Li Peng to resign, when among the demonstrators are the country's leading intellectuals from the National Academy of Sciences, Dan, what's going on here is the closest this country has ever had to an election, a fantastically expanded New England town meeting.
And what do the students expect to happen if Li Peng steps down? Would they then clear out the square and their demonstrations would be over, or what?
They want more now than Li Peng's resignation. They want to be recognized, first of all, as a patriotic movement, and they want some movement from the government on a long-term dialogue about instituting democracy.
Jack, after the demonstrations end, when they finally end, what do you see as the future course of Chinese leadership?
Well, you know, China is approaching the standard of the Cultural Revolution permanent demonstration. So I don't think these are the last demonstrations we've seen. I think there's going to be a long-term process, the first task being to reassert the primacy and the prestige of the Communist Party, and so they can't give the people immediately the democratic rights that they want. So I think you're going to have a lot of give and take, and it could go on for a long time.
John Sheehan, thanks. Correspondent John Sheehan in Beijing. In Washington, President Bush met today with a declared ally of Party Chief Zhao and a supporter of the students. He's Wan Li, head of China's People's Congress. Wan is cutting short his U.S. visit to fly home tonight. President Bush urged restraint and asked that China stop jamming Voice of America broadcasts. China's leadership is in turmoil at the top, and pro-democracy demonstrators are in the driver's seat. Still, there is fear about what could happen afterward to those who dared to dissent. Susan Spencer tells us why.
This is martial law. 5 policemen show up on a country road 10 miles from Beijing to tell us we can't take pictures. Civilian hands in front of the television lens are common these days, too.
As the protests go on, fewer ordinary people want to talk.
I have a mother, very old mother. Yes, the money, I must get some money from my unit to support my mother's life.
Concern about reprisals is well-founded, considering the way China has treated political dissent in the past, a past shrouded in secrecy.
The labor camp issue is one of the great black holes as far as human rights organizations are concerned.
An estimated 2 to 5 million people are in prison in China, presumed guilty, period. No one knows how many of China's prisoners are political prisoners, how many are in labor camps, how they're treated. On this tour of a penal farm for minor offenders outside Beijing, reporters saw happy prisoners playing in a band, a far cry from conditions rumored to be deplorable.
These groups, too, have had a hard time getting into China, have had a very hard time finding out about the human rights situation here in terms of specific violations.
Another case in point, the tragedy of Tibet. This underground videotape was taken in March of this year, when more than a dozen people were killed in clashes between police and pro-independence demonstrators. The Chinese version of this, police acted only after being attacked. These pictures, of course, were not seen in China. But these pictures were seen in China and all over the world. The defiant demonstrations, the army's ambivalence, the workers' support, all have humiliated China's leaders and excited China's human rights activists.
If the real situation in China been watched by international community, that is better than without such knowledge.
The spotlight on Beijing continues. With its leaders weakened and its prestige in the balance, violence seems less likely now. What is not clear is whether, given its past, the human rights situation really will change. Susan Spencer, CBS News, Beijing.
And still to come on tonight's CBS Evening News, Bob Schieffer on a critical day for Speaker of the House Jim Wright, and Harold Dow on man's best friend as the firebug's worst enemy. House Speaker Jim Wright may be in negotiations preparing to give in, give up, and resign, possibly as early as next week. Capitol Hill talk of this comes as Wright is publicly still vowing to hang in, hang on, and fight back for his post and his reputation, surviving the attacks on his ethics. But CBS News Chief Washington Correspondent Bob Schieffer has been tracking the latest tonight on Capitol Hill. Bob, I gather the buzzards are circling closer on Wright's chances.
Dan, members of the House Ethics Committee are meeting in private tonight to consider proposals, we are told, that could lead to Wright's resignation perhaps next week. Under one scenario being discussed, the committee would drop one of the most serious charges against Wright, that his Fort Worth friend, developer George Malik, had a direct interest in federal legislation at the same time that Mrs. Wright was on the Malik payroll. If that should occur, we are told Wright would consider that his honor had been restored and that of his wife, and then he could gracefully step aside. The hang-up at this point, we're told, is that some Republicans on the committee are balking. One Republican said earlier today, we're not looking for a plea bargain.
All that came as the Capitol was flooded with reports a Wright resignation was imminent. At noon, however, Wright told reporters even suggestions he might step aside temporarily were wrong.
Mr. Speaker, has anybody suggested or recommended that you step aside at least until the completion of a disciplinary hearing?
I haven't heard any such.
Are you considering that, sir?
No, I'm not.
By late afternoon, the reports Wright was stepping down had reached such volume that he issued a written statement saying, "I eagerly await the time and opportunity when my side of this whole question may be heard clearly by my colleagues and the American people. To this end, I shall press ahead." Members of the Texas delegation who had met to discuss Wright's troubles agreed with his stand.
No, it's not the elevator defense. Hell, it's common decency defense.
My advice to the Speaker is to forge ahead.
But even his closest friends admitted today that a reprimand by the Ethics Committee could be devastating.
I don't think anyone in the House can withstand an ultimate reprimand by their colleagues and be an effective speaker. So yes, Jim needs to prevail.
As members of the Ethics Committee gathered again tonight to consider the case once more, Wright and his advisors were huddled in another part of the Capitol.
Both of those meetings are still going on, but even before today's developments, Democrats in the House were talking about a successor to Wright under the plan that seems to be favored by most Democrats at this point. The number 2 Democrat in the House, Tom Foley, would be elevated to replace Wright, but Foley's job as majority leader would be left vacant for the time being. Dan?
Well, Bob, if Jim Wright leaves, does nearly all Democrats do nearly said today that the powerful Politburo will meet soon and could determine the fate of hard-pressed Premier Li Peng. Li's hardline handling of the pro-democracy protests was endorsed today by the Air Force, Navy, and all the Army commands but one, the command in Beijing. Thursday morning, China time, official Radio Beijing issued a possibly ominous statement accusing the pro-democracy students of being counter-revolutionaries. That raised new fears, again, that troops may be about to move in. The question then will be, will the Army follow the orders? Earlier today, just before China pulled the television transmission plug once again, I talked with correspondent John Sheehan in Beijing about reports of troops on the move.
What we've learned is that the troops surrounding the city are being reinforced in areas in the surrounding countryside close to foreigners. According to diplomats and intelligence sources, fresh units from the distant provinces have been brought in. Now, those soldiers are being held in isolation. They're being isolated from news of what's going on in the city.
Well, Jack, all of this indicates continuing sharp divisions at the very top of the Chinese leadership.
Well, it certainly does. There haven't been troop movements like this in China since 1979, when the Chinese were building up their forces to go to war with Vietnam. And these troop movements, the reinforcements, could be very ominous, but, Dan, they could also be the military establishment, which is a player in this power game, just positioning itself to move either way, to go forward or to fall back, according to which side wins the power struggle.
Jack, has the sense of danger risen any over the last day and a half, or remained about the same?
All these government statements that this is a benevolent martial law and that the troops will never be used to suppress the students, at least the people of Beijing don't believe that for a minute.
Excuse me, Jack, we've just lost your picture. They've just pulled the plug on Jack Sheehan in Beijing. Well, that's how it looked as Chinese authorities once again killed live television transmissions just a day after they had lifted their previous ban. It is morning now in China, day 13 of the students' occupation of Tiananmen Square. Correspondent Bruce Morton tells us how the protesters are coping with the problems of communal living under pressure.
Tiananmen Square is becoming a neighborhood. People have been living here for days.
Every day we sleep only 2 or 3 hours.
It isn't just sleeping on the concrete that's hard. People live here, try to keep clean here. The air is full of the smells and stinks of people. So the students announced some changes. They've merged their various organizations into one. They'll have programmed activities, and they will start building temporary housing, which will turn the square into something like Resurrection City, the poor people's encampment on Washington, D.C.'s Mall in the summer of 1968. The students have political goals, too. He is saying that the failure to enforce martial law doesn't mean Li Peng is being nice. It means that the use of military power failed. Others are blunter.
Down with Li Peng. Li Peng should get out of the government. He's a criminal. He's the enemy to the people. People will kill him. That's okay.
These students christened this yellow dog Li Peng. While life in the rest of the city is more normal every day, the criticism of Li intensifies. Comments on the street, hints even in the official media. No one thinks the new satellite ban foreshadows an effort to use force against the students. That option seems to have slipped from the government's grasp some days ago. Bruce Morton, CBS News, Beijing.
What helped catch the world's attention and what has given China's rulers the most trouble are the students who took their protest a step further. Correspondent Susan Spencer has been spending time with one of the hardcore hunger strikers who helped turn student protests into a national revolution.
Liu Man and Shen Qiming, after one of the most momentous weeks in China's history, a week that taught mother and son much about their country and even more about themselves. 20-year-old Liu was one of only a dozen or so hunger strikers who refused even water Medics rushed him to the hospital 8 times. His mother had no idea. I couldn't even find my son for 2 days and 2 nights, she says. My heart was ready to break when I saw him lying in that square. But nonetheless, she says she understood. She supported what Liu was doing, even went on television to plead with the government to prevent tragedy and not to underestimate the strikers' determination. I was ready to sacrifice myself, he says. It was very important for the people to know that we were willing to sacrifice ourselves. In the great throngs at the square were many Lius, many mothers, too, as distraught as his own. For thousands, then hundreds of thousands, the strikers became the soul of the movement. I believe, his mother says, that they achieved a great victory. No lives were lost, and they rallied the people. Liu says the people know about democracy now. There will never be another emperor again. The heady days are over. Though he was in the hardcore, Liu's been back to the square only a few times since the strike ended. Now, he says, comes a new phase. But what happened in that square taught both him and his mother a lot. I never thought my son could do something like this, she says, could be so brave, so courageous. It's become a cliche that after all this, China never will be the same. Perhaps people like Liu Man and Shen Qiming are the real reasons why. Susan Spencer, CBS News, Beijing.
Researchers from the prestigious Los Alamos Laboratory.
Communist Party. Prime Minister Li Peng made his first public appearance since he declared martial law in parts of Beijing 5 days ago. CBS News correspondent John Cheyenne begins our coverage of the fight over what the new face of communism in China is to be and who is to lead it.
After being out of the public eye for several days, hardline Prime Minister Li Peng appeared tonight on state-run Chinese television. He was meeting some foreign ambassadors, not an important event, but it ran as the lead story on the nationwide evening news. His appearance was taken as a signal that in the ongoing power struggle, he has prevailed over party chief Zhao Xiang. That's bad news for the pro-democracy students camped in Tiananmen Square. In their confrontation with the Communist Party, all the students' previous demands boil down to one, that Li Peng resign. That is becoming less likely. Some of the student leaders favor pulling out of the square, but in a meeting today, a majority voted to stay. Zhao Xiang, the leader most sympathetic to the students, may still be the head of the party, but without power. All the signals say that he still has some room to maneuver, but does not have the backing of the Politburo or the military. 84-year-old Deng Xiaoping has emerged once again as the strongman. Western analysts in Beijing say that to predict how Deng will handle the students, they need only study his own past statements. Those who worship the democracy and freedom of the West, he has said, must be dealt with severely. Firm measures must be taken against any student who creates trouble at Tiananmen Square. And we cannot do without dictatorship. We must exercise it when necessary. Military commanders, however, are divided over whether troops should be used against unarmed civilians. And Western diplomats, Dan, conclude that China may be in for a long period of turmoil. The desire for democratization is so widespread, they say, that even if the students are brutalized this time, there will be more such revolts in the future. Dan?
Thank you, John Cheyenne, in China. All night long in Beijing, again, tens of thousands of pro-democracy demonstrators were camped out or marching in Tiananmen Square in defiance of the martial law decree. Correspondent Susan Spencer spent the night with them.
Tongjimen, comrades, comrades. A professional choral group marches past the square calling the people, and the people come all night long. Vendors, workers, tourists. They come by the thousands.
Seems to have turned into a kind of happening now, yeah.
It's now well after midnight, and this area is still packed. For reasons social, historical, political, or whatever, this is clearly the place to be.
By moonlight, the students inside the compound while away the hours the way students always do. They sing pop songs. They certainly seem safe. But those who travel far to see this site do so in part to make sure they're safe. Rumors of the Army moving in abound. Most people have no telephones. This is the only way to get information. And once they're here, the event itself becomes so compelling, they stay. How long will you stay?
I don't know, maybe the whole night.
The budding revolution provides much to see. Biggest attraction, the motorcycle vigilantes that zoom by. They are out patrolling for troops. The freedom even to be gathered here is itself exhilarating, something many Chinese thought they never would experience. Patriotic enthusiasm, this man says. I've got it, so I come. A new day dawns. The students wake up, prepare for the day ahead. Workers go off to their jobs. But this square is all anyone will think about today, and tonight they will be back. Susan Spencer, CBS News, Beijing.
Diplomatic sources, east and west in China, generally agree that what the Army does, which way it swings, continues to be the key as to what the country's leadership will be. Soviet television viewers saw something today they'd never seen before. Their communist government in action experimenting with limited forms of democracy. It was the first meeting of the new freely elected parliament, the Congress of People's Deputies. CBS News correspondent Barry Peterson reports that in this new ball game, Soviet leader Gorbachev was playing defense.
It was a political free-for-all. Mikhail Gorbachev under public attack for everything from his domestic policies to his wife's influence on his leadership. The day was still new when a delegate walked up and took control of the podium. Gorbachev had to give in. And give in again to Andrei Sakharov, who demanded discussion before choosing this country's president, not just a rubber stamp for Gorbachev. One delegate said of Gorbachev, "Don't be like Napoleon, whose wife pushed him onto a throne." Soviets watched open-mouthed as it all unfolded live on television. "It's great," said this man, "we need more." And there was more. By afternoon, people were skipping work to stay by television sets. They saw the first open challenge to Gorbachev, one man putting himself in nomination for the presidency. He couldn't get enough votes to make the nomination stick. Another put political maverick Boris Yeltsin into nomination. Yeltsin withdrew his name, saying later he knew he couldn't win. Gorbachev finally had to stand and explain his 4 years in power. A passionate, extemporaneous defense of his leadership, perhaps the most dramatic political speech of his career. "I will not abuse power if elected," he vowed. "I will pursue the changes toward democracy so this country can never again come under the influence of a dictator." Late tonight, Gorbachev got the one thing he was supposed to get, the formal election as president. At the same time, several thousand people tested his promise of more democracy. After a few tense minutes, an official called off police and let democracy in the streets, like the democracy in the meeting hall, go its own way. Barry Peterson, CBS News, Moscow.
Nicaragua expelled 2 U.S. diplomats today. The Sandinista government accused them of instigating strikes by Nicaraguan school teachers demanding higher pay. A U.S. embassy spokesman in Managua denied the charge.
Zhao and several of his aides are reliably reported to be under house arrest. One of the specific reasons for his downfall is said to be his visit last week to the students camped at According to Chinese sources. Li is now maneuvering for party support to carry out a purge of the liberals. Tens of thousands are vulnerable. Professors, writers, journalists, workers, and business people not only joined the month of marches for democracy, they carried banners advertising who they were. Army commanders who refused to force their way through unarmed civilians might also be punished. This is the swan song of the students at Tiananmen, the Chinese national anthem. Their one vindication to be recognized as a patriotic movement has been denied. Instead, the student leaders are being criminalized, called counter-revolutionaries, the Chinese equivalent of treason, perhaps to be followed by arrest and prosecution. John Sheehan, CBS News, Beijing.
The hardcore of demonstrators who remain in Tiananmen Square insist that they are there to stay. Even as it grows more likely they may lose their hold on the square, correspondent Susan Spencer reports the leadership refuses to let go of their dreams.
It's been 2 weeks since tens of thousands of students demanding democracy marched into Tiananmen Square. Today, they demand the ouster of hardline Premier Li Peng if they ever are to march out. But that's the rank and file. Many of the students who started this movement, like 21-year-old Wu Kai-shi, say the main goal is having a voice in deciding their lives. It sounds a lot like a civics lesson. We just want a legal student organization, he says, autonomous with checks and balances on the government. Wu Kai-shi has the political instincts and the flamboyant personality of a born revolutionary, but his father is a member of the establishment, a Communist Party official. He says he's got nothing against the party, except its corruption, a fact you might not have guessed just a week ago. There he sat, in his pajamas, with Premier Li. Wu Kai-shi had been on a hunger strike for several days. Between gasps of oxygen, he berated Premier Li for his hard line. Then he fainted. It was real, and it was also great television. After that, he says proudly, some people praised me highly and said I was terrific. I showed Li Peng was an ordinary citizen, just like everyone else. But the ordinary citizen, the hardline Li Peng, is now apparently back in control. Their leaders in disarray, the students' numbers are way down. Thousands more left for home today. Train tickets provided by the government. And Wu Kai-shi has fallen from grace. A few nights ago, he thought the army was going to attack, and he urged everybody out of the square. A big mistake, he thinks now. The square must be held. We are trying, he says, to put an end to 2,000 years of feudalism. I'm willing to fight for that with my whole life. It may be naive, but he means it. He is committed to the cause, so much so that he shrugs off all personal questions. But as we left, he did wonder aloud, had there been any reaction to all this among American girls who had seen him on TV? Susan Spencer, CBS News, Beijing.
President Bush arrived in Europe tonight for next week's NATO summit. And on the president's performance. On Soviet television's Evening News, Yeltsin's comments about Gorbachev were edited out. Argentina is generally calm tonight after food riots that left at least 12 people dead.
Directions. Thousands of ordinary people poured out of their dwellings in the middle of the night and turned the army back. Most of the troops were not carrying weapons. One who was showed that the ammunition clip of his rifle was empty. He shouted, "The army will never shoot the people." But pro-democracy students in Tiananmen Square, thinking this was the long-awaited attempt to expel them finally from the place where they have embarrassed the government for weeks, braced for the assault and spread the alarm, and the people responded. Our coverage begins with Richard Roth in Beijing.
If it was planned as an assault, it never had a chance. An army of soldiers, 1,000 strong in its largest unit, swallowed by an ocean of civilians a few hours past midnight. The People's Army, surrounded by the people, turned back in its tracks a few hundred yards from Tiananmen Square. Without fighting, you lost the battle, a civilian shouted to the troops in retreat, unarmed, exhausted, and engaged in what intelligence sources immediately called a huge blunder. One source said the soldiers were just an advance guard for armed riot police. But police, too, were stopped by civilians after a car in their convoy ran into a group of bystanders. Despite reports more troops were waiting out of sight, victory was celebrated on the street and in the square where the demonstrators are still encamped. Earlier today, a rally orchestrated by the government and organized down to the last detail. Even children were recruited to be part of this chorus denouncing the pro-democracy movement. It was another show staged by China's government and Communist Party, and a clear display of anti-Americanism. Government media now are calling China's turmoil the result of a conspiracy influenced from abroad, and branding the symbol of the protest movement an American statue. Tiananmen Square, though, has been like the eye of a storm, the encampment an enclave of tranquility. The hurricane blows around it. It will be 2 weeks tomorrow since martial law was first declared. 2 weeks since Premier Li Peng said the turmoil must be ended swiftly. But neither the troops' position throughout the capital nor the martial law decree barring public protest and banning news coverage has been able to control the course of events. In fact, nothing either side has done yet has significantly altered the equation. The confrontation between advocates of free expression and agents of the state is at a standoff, and the potential for violence makes the standoff uneasy. Richard Roth, CBS News, Beijing.
Deng Xiaoping and the other hardliners have the upper hand in the party power struggle, but they have been unable to translate that into control of Tiananmen. They have, however, started a massive effort to regain dominance over the millions of Chinese workers who joined the unprecedented campaign for democracy. The leaders met the challenge of the 80s with the methods of the 50s. Once again, the party becomes the instrument to intimidate and suppress. It's the way the party has dominated the Chinese people for 40 years. Mandatory political education classes in every workplace.
When you're a worker, it's even easier to control you because the factory manager can take, action against you.
Ration coupons for meat, oil, and rice are controlled by the party leader at the workplace. In China, people can't buy a bicycle without the all-important permit from the work unit. The party decides who gets one. Just like the 50s and 60s, starting in the countryside, obedient farmers, workers, and school children are being marched through the streets, this time against the pro-democracy students. No, this man says, this is not spontaneous. The students have put up an American statue at Tiananmen Square, the party functionary reads, and everyone understands the word American means bad, just like the old days. And just like the old days, the party has singled out an enemy, China's most famous dissident, the astrophysicist Fang Li-jie. In contrast with the students' peaceful protest, this government demonstration dwells on violence. Beat the traitors, smash the plotters. The party rally climaxes in a symbolic ritual murder, burning a life-size effigy of Farm. So far, nothing the government has tried against the students is working, and the only thing destroyed in China tonight is once again the prestige of the People's Army. John Sheehan, CBS News, Beijing.
President Bush flew home today from Europe. Leslie Stahl says the president's aides are eager to...
Tragedy for the Chinese, but it may well have ramifications here. It could affect the friendly relations so carefully built between the United States and China. Here is our chief diplomatic correspondent, John Dancy.
Garrick, the United States at first reacted with extreme caution at today's events in China.
Secretary of State Baker at first would say only the U.S. was disturbed at events in China. Only later in the day did President Bush, fishing in Maine, interrupt his weekend to issue a statement deploring the attacks. There was no word of any U.S. retaliation. But attention turned immediately to sanctions against the Chinese military, which gets aid from the U.S. Democratic Congressman Stephen Solars of New York demanded aid be cut off.
As sure as the sun will set in the evening and rise in the morning, the Congress of the United States will impose sanctions on China if the administration does not take the initiative and act first.
Now, Secretary of State Baker says it's still too early to talk about sanctions against China, but as you heard, Stephen Solar says expect that pressure to increase. Garrick?
John, if the pressure does exist, will the administration fight hard, really fight hard to oppose sanctions?
the administration believes that aid to China does some good, so look for the administration to oppose those sanctions, but there is a great deal of anger in Congress as well about what's going on there.
John Dancy, thank you very much. We will, of course, keep you up to date on any new developments this evening in China, and tomorrow morning we will continue our coverage of the crushing of the democracy movement on Sunday Today and Meet the Press. I'm Garrett Utley, NBC News in Washington.
This has been an NBC News special report. We now rejoin the program already in progress.
Recovery, a sign he may be near death. More news later on this NBC station.
Jim Florio's never shied away from the tough fights. Son of a shipyard worker, amateur boxer, Navy volunteer, Trenton State and Rutgers Law School, Florio's won for New Jersey, taking on chemical companies with tough laws against pollution, battling insurance companies to help cut our rates, supporting the death penalty for
crushed by waves of Chinese military forces. Hundreds of unarmed civilians, hungry for freedom, mowed down in Beijing by gun-firing soldiers.
This is a CBS News special report. From CBS News headquarters in New York, here is Dan Rather.
Good evening. We're delaying the start of tonight's edition of West 57th to bring you up to date on the momentous events happening in China. It is now well into Sunday morning in Beijing. In the aftermath of last night's violence, one hospital doctor is now estimating that at least 500 people died in the bloodbath. He said, and I quote, "My government has gone insane." Let me pause and emphasize that no one has confirmed that there are 500 dead. Thousands of combat troops from the People's Liberation Army now occupy Tiananmen Square in Beijing. The students are gone. The air reeks with the smell of gunpowder. A gray pall of smoke hangs over the square. Smoke from the barricades the students had hastily thrown up and then saw destroyed. It all began just before midnight China time, this morning, U.S. time. Soldiers from at least 3 different directions cut their way toward Tiananmen Square, firing at those who tried to stop them. A CBS News team was reporting from the square as the Chinese soldiers moved in. 2 of our team's members could not get away. Arrested and taken into custody were correspondent Richard Roth and cameraman Derek Williams, 2 veteran foreign reporters. At this hour, their condition and their whereabouts remain unknown to us. CBS News correspondent John Sheehan, who is our regular posted in Beijing man, has covered the pro-democracy protest from beginning to end.
It was after dark when the first military convoys got close to Tiananmen Square. Troops in the city had been building up all day, many of them stymied by the people's barricades. But the barricades were too frail for the armored personnel carriers. There had been some fighting between soldiers and civilians, hand-to-hand combat, rock throwing, tear gas. Some military vehicles were on fire. The combat units first marched to positions at the perimeter of the square. The defiant pro-democracy students held their ground. Civilians chased after the troops, throwing rocks, breaking the pavement to get more stones to throw. Many of the people who had been in the square moved out into the nearby streets to join the human barricades. 2 miles west of the square, troops opened fire indiscriminately on a crowd of men, women, and children. People were killed or wounded. An army truck was set ablaze. Each time the gunfire started, people ran only a short distance, then stopped to confront the troops again. There was no panic. Emergency wards in the hospitals began to fill up. The gunfire was a shock to the people, though. For the previous 24 hours, advancing military units had been blocked, surrounded by tens of thousands of civilians. Soldiers were disarmed. Some were taken prisoner and lectured that the People's Army must never use force against the people. Several Army units agreed, and the tension eased. But others, tough, disciplined airborne units, followed orders. They broke through the crowds and moved toward the square on foot. More casualties on both sides. One large military unit, surrounded by Beijing citizens near the Great Hall of the People, negotiated its release by signing an agreement to go back inside the hall and not come out for 48 hours. Paramilitary riot police were not so easy to deal with. They used clubs and electric cattle prods on the people. The police swung their belts, raising painful welts with the heavy buckles. At Zhongnan High, the headquarters of the Communist Party and the government, there was a tense face-off between demonstrators and soldiers. The people thought that, once again, they were winning. They just couldn't foresee the size of the attack force that was poised to the west of the city. 8,000 to 10,000 reinforcements added to the 20,000 troops already near the city center. The soldiers advanced, shooting people down as they went. Finally, the students agreed to leave the square in order to stop the bloodshed, but it was tragically too late. When the massacre was over, the army was in control. An announcer on the Radio Beijing International Service added his protest to the anger felt across the Chinese nation.
Radio Beijing English Department deeply mourns those died in a tragic incident and appeals to all its listeners to join our protest for the gross violation of human rights and the most barbarous oppression of the people.
Dan, the hardliners Deng Xiaoping and Prime Minister Li Peng made good on their threat to crush students and workers who dared to ask for democratic freedoms. But the cost will be high. The historically fraternal relationship between the people and the army is irreparably ruptured. Deng is assured a place in history as the butcher of Chinese youth. A deep cleft has opened between the citizens and the government. For a long time to come, the handful of party leaders could be the despised ruling the unwilling. Dan?
Jack, how does this affect the power struggle? Does this mean the power struggle is now over and the Deng Xiaoping hardline faction has won, or does that struggle continue at the top?
It means that for the moment the power struggle is over. One of the telling incidents was that after the orders to move on the students were given, Deng Xiaoping and Premier Li Peng sent fraternal greetings to the martial law troops, and they did it through Qin Ji Wei, the defense minister who earlier had been on the side of Zhao Ziang, the moderate.
Jack Sheehan in Beijing. Thanks. Before CBS News correspondent Richard Roth was taken into custody, he was standing amid the pro-democracy, pro-reform, pro-freedom demonstrators in Tiananmen Square, reporting for us live as Chinese soldiers started closing in and opening fire.
Now people are running away from the gunfire, from the advancing troops, assuming they are advancing. I guess they are.
Dick, that sounds very much like automatic weapons fire.
Yeah, but automatic weapons, but being fired essentially one shot at a time for the most part. We can see the troops now. There are, about 6 or 7 abreast. They're marching in columns of about 4. They're moving, from my vantage point at least. There are thousands of them, troops in extraordinary numbers. They're moving south to north along the western side of the square. They've got rifles on their shoulders. They're wearing helmets. They're in battle dress. And as they're advancing, there are people who are firing these, I guess, what we could call warning shots and flares into the square. They're marching at about double time now, in very close ranks. And my goodness, the ranks just go on for trying to peek around the corner and look for the size of a football field and a half at least, maybe 2 football fields. I must tell you that if they move west to east to try to take the square, they'll move right across our position. So far, they haven't done that. There are students running behind them, throwing rocks, picking up debris from the concrete on the square, and hurling it at the soldiers. But again, the soldiers have not yet broken ranks, nor have they fired tear gas. Now, no tear gas, but from where we are, 100 yards away or so, you can certainly smell the smell of cordite from the gunfire. Unlike what we've seen up to now, this is not friendly harassment. These are not demonstrators that can surround the troops and stop them. The troops are all armed. They look to be quite threatening, and the students are too dispersed here to be able to surround them and stop them.
Now, a short time after correspondent Richard Roth gave us that account of the scene in Tiananmen Square, CBS News went back on the air with another special report. As we went back to correspondent Richard Roth for an update, we heard the dramatic and chilling sounds of his capture by Chinese soldiers.
You hear that gunfire?
We do hear it.
Okay, we've got to get out of here. They're after Derek now. They're ripping away his camera. They're ripping away his camera, and they're coming for us. We're trying to move back and move away. Oh go! Oh go! Oh go! Oh go! Oh go! Oh go!
This is a CBS News special report. From CBS News headquarters in New York, here is Bob Keith.
This is New York. Does anybody hear us? This is New York. Does anybody hear us? Hello, this is New York. Does someone hear us there? Hello, this is New York. Does anybody hear us?
That's the last we heard from Richard Roth and Derek Williams, his cameraman, who was at his side. They were on a cellular telephone, and clearly, well, we think what happened there at the end was after Richard Roth was taken by the Chinese soldiers that the cellular phone stayed on for a while. You heard New York trying to reestablish contact with no success. President Bush, we were told, is keeping a close watch now on developments in Beijing from his vacation home in Maine. The president had some critical words for the Chinese government today, and CBS News White House correspondent Wyatt Andrews is with us now from Kennebunk, Maine. Wyatt?
Good evening, Dan. The president did keep abreast of all of the developments in China today from his home here. The number 2 man from the National Security Council, Robert Gates, was with him physically throughout the day. The White House decided to issue its toughest statement yet on China, deploring the crackdown in Tiananmen Square today. The statement describes the Army action, Dan, as ugly and tragic. It was a statement released both here at the Kennebunkport White House operation and also by Secretary of State James Baker in Washington.
We really deplore the violence that evidently is taking place now in the People's Republic. We consider that tragic. We have been urging for many weeks restraint on the part of both sides, and we've seen a great deal of restraint, and we've been very pleased with that. And we've seen a great deal of restraint on the part of the Chinese government over the past several weeks. We're sorry now to see the situation turn rather ugly and chaotic.
The president's statement today also hints quite darkly that the entire U.S.-Chinese relationship now hangs in the balance depending on what the Chinese leadership decides to do next. Let me just read in part from the president's statement, quoting now, "I hope that China will return to the path of political and economic reform so that this relationship can continue to grow." Now, Dan, for this administration, that represents a sharp turn in policy. As you know, for the last month, the administration has been saying only that it supports the students in their fight for democracy, that it supports free speech, and that has urged both sides to continue restraint. Well, restraint now is, of course, out the window. The president now appears to be mindful of the fact that he, in situations like this, also is turned to for global leadership. So the tough talk today is not just aimed as a message to China, but is also apparently a signal to the allies that a bit of global outrage at this point would certainly be called for. Dan?
Wyatt, is there any concern, or is there in the administration, that they've been too slow, looking back on it, to express that outrage to the Chinese government? As you point out today, was really the first time they did that.
That's right. I don't sense that, Dan. I think that, that Mr. Bush, from having been an envoy to China, has operated so far in a manner to give the Chinese leadership room to move. We are told that also quiet diplomacy accompanied much of what the president has been doing, that he has actually been in contact with the Chinese leadership along the way in the last month.
Wyatt Andrews at the president's vacation home in Maine. Thank you.
Thank you.
We want to try to give you some perspective now as best we can on what has been happening in Beijing this day, this incredible day, and in the past few days, and in the past few hours. Joining us tonight are 2 experts, 2 scholars on China. Betty Bowell-Lord is with us here in New York. Betty, good to see you again. Dr. Harry Harding of the Brookings Institution joins us from Washington. First, Professor Harding, why did the government resort to such massive violence? They really hammered down.
They really did, Dan. And I think what we're seeing is some elderly, angry, bitter, frightened, humiliated men who tried to deal with the protests by half-hearted dialogue, then by trying to wait them out, by trying to scare them away, by using unarmed police and soldiers. And when all of that failed, and when the humiliation for them continued, they then resorted to force. I think also another point is very important, too, and that is that I suspect that this does indicate that there has been a power struggle in the leadership, that those who cautioned, called for restraint, those who called for dialogue have been overruled, have probably been purged, and that freed the hand of the hardliners to act.
Now, reports from Beijing at the moment indicate that there's kind of an eerie silence has settled in over the city. Is it likely to remain quiet in China now?
I think that's highly unlikely. We now have a government that has lost almost completely the legitimacy everywhere, at least in urban China. I think it's very likely that we are going to see protests continue in major cities, perhaps including Peking itself. We certainly will see various kinds of slowdowns and strikes and sit-downs in Chinese industry. This is by no means over yet. It could get much worse.
Dr. Harry Harding. Betty Bowell-Lord, we haven't heard much from any place outside of Beijing. Does that mean it's quiet, or we're just not hearing anything?
I think you're not hearing anything because they have not heard from the central government. The evening news last night was only broadcast to Beijing. Beijing had the news of the troops coming in. But as far as I know, the other cities didn't know anything. And I think, like so many things nowadays, the news will have to go out of China to America and other countries, and then go back to the Chinese-American grapevine into China, into the other cities.
Now, what does this mean for China? Let's assume for the moment, a big assumption, let's assume for the moment that the Army keeps the lid on. Deng Xiaoping and Li Peng and the others keep the lid on. Now, does this mean business goes back to usual for China?
Maybe just on the surface, but underneath will be a volcano, and that volcano can erupt any time, and I think the leadership knows that. And besides their natural paranoia, they will have to deal with the fact that on the face of things will cover up this great resentment and this now hatred.
And we have only a few seconds left, but Deng Xiaoping and his hardline forces, they have the gun. What can any other Chinese do?
There are a billion of them.
Betty Bowell-Lord, thank you again for being with us. Especially worried and angered about the violence in Beijing are millions of Chinese Americans and Chinese students who go to school in this country but remain citizens of their own country. Correspondent David Dow is with us now from Los Angeles to do some reporting about their anxious wait for news from China. David?
Well, Dan, in dozens of U.S. cities, thousands of Chinese Americans and visiting Chinese students gathered to hear and deplore the news. At the Caltech campus in Pasadena, students listened tearfully to phone conversations with relatives in China, their accounts of the bloodshed, the names of the dead and injured.
The army is closing into the campus of Beijing University. They are now around 100 to 200 meters away.
A few miles away at the Chinese consulate, more news accounts, more tears, a desperate call for help.
Everybody around the world who believes in democracy, believes in freedom, should now stand up and show their support.
The news hit especially hard in San Francisco, home of the nation's largest ethnic Chinese population, where several hundred demonstrated at the consulate.
And I feel really upset and, very sad about this whole situation. And I just feel I should be here because I cannot do anything else.
In New York and Louisiana, more anger, more frustration, and worries about relatives back home in Beijing.
Your brother is in the square, or he may be.
He may be in the square. He was one of the hunger strikers. The 12 people refused food and drink.
Meanwhile, at a student gathering in Boston, a phone report from home. A pregnant woman gunned down.
They just shoot her. I mean, I can't believe they did that. I mean, we should stop this. I mean, everybody should say no. Chinese government, stop this. They can't do this.
Despite their anguish, some of the students vow to return home in time for what they're sure will be another skirmish for democracy. Dan?
Thanks, David. One look at Tiananmen Square reveals the winners and losers in this greatest challenge to authority in 40 years of Chinese communist rule. Soldiers rule the square. The Goddess of Democracy statue put up by the students has been ripped down. The pro-democracy protesters are gone. Some of them are dead. The millions who dared to demand democratic reforms and a say in running their own lives and their government have been beaten down for now. But for 3 long weeks, they had a tantalizing taste of what freedom and reform might be like. This time, they failed in the face of overwhelming military force. For more on the China story, we encourage you to watch your late local news. CBS News will have the latest developments on tomorrow's Sunday morning with Charles Kuralt broadcast and throughout tomorrow as warranted. For now, Dan Rather, CBS News New York. Stay tuned now for tonight's edition of West 57.
Deeper into chaos. China's 27th Army holds Tiananmen Square with a force of 160 tanks, plus infantry and other armor. It was principally the 27th that slaughtered unarmed, peaceful protesters. But there are clear signs that some elements in China's army are outraged by the atrocity. The 27th has moved to defensive positions, clearly expecting an assault by other troops, not necessarily in hopes of defeating the superior arms of the killers of Tiananmen, perhaps only to delay or prevent an attack on the defenseless tens of thousands of students barricaded in their campuses. The government announced that the Tiananmen massacre was only the initial victory. The punishment of the pro-democracy movement is to continue.
It's a disaster. It's a tragedy.
Some of the hundreds of American students in Beijing, meantime, began packing up today. Mara Tifi of Minneapolis said she is leaving, but hopes to return. Columns of tanks occasionally rove out of the city center, often firing wildly at civilians. Only the lucky survive.
Did the bullet go all the way through your body? Yes, through my body, and it go out from my arm.
Despite the continuing killing, civilians resist with sticks and stones and raw courage and rage. Some soldiers have been murdered, equipment destroyed. And there are now credible reports of soldiers who have set their own vehicles on fire and withdrawn in disgust at making war on their own people. Actually defeating the powerful army positioned around the city center and the Communist Party headquarters would require a concerted effort by armies from several provinces. Even then, there is no guarantee it would succeed. Dan, the appalling crackdown on the students has produced an even bigger and more widespread rebellion and has brought China to the brink of civil war. Dan?
Chuck Sheehan in Beijing, thanks. No one knows how many people have died in the crackdown. We may never know. Our own CBS News review of hospital figures indicates that at least 300 have died. The figure may be as high as 3,000 or more. Many were civilians who went into the street unarmed to challenge the military and were mowed down by machine gun fire or run over by tanks. But amazingly, people were still defying the army today. Richard Roth has one story.
It was noontime today in the center of Beijing when a man walked to the middle of the Avenue of Eternal Peace, which, as it happened, was already occupied. He walked to the middle and stood there. The man was alone. The tank was not. It wasn't just a single tank he stopped. There were 18 tanks and armored carriers in this convoy, and while he talked to the crew and ignored the gunfire, he stopped all of them. One man alone, of course, can't stop an army. Except for a moment, that's exactly what happened here. For 3 minutes in the middle of the day, an army was stopped by a man who stood still. A man who'd made up his mind, it seems, though why we just don't know. But when bystanders rushed in to save this stubborn soul, it wasn't easily done. He was pushed away at last, faceless in the crowd. Safe, we think, but in a city verging on calamity. What moves a man to just stand still? Is it courage or outrage or madness? We can't tell what was on his mind, and we can't forget what he did. Richard Roth, CBS News, Beijing.
President Bush today issued his toughest statement on China so far, saying its leaders were, and I quote now, brutally suppressing a peaceful movement. President Bush ordered limited sanctions, but says he does not want to break relations. Wyatt Andrews has that part of the story.
Abandoning his early wait-and-see approach, the president today sent a get-tough message to the Chinese military. He suspended all U.S. military sales to China, declaring the United States cannot do business as usual.
And I think it's important that the Army know that we want to see restraint, and this is the best way to signal that.
The order puts in limbo $686 million in military sales to China, effectively halting American assistance to the Chinese F-8 fighter program and stopping U.S. aid to 2 ammunition factories. Top-level military visits are also suspended. In addition, Mr. Bush offered Red Cross help for those injured in the violence, ordered a review of U.S. relations with China, and said the United States would sympathetically view requests from Chinese students who want to extend their visits in the United States. Significantly, the president did not suspend any other trade with China or cut off diplomatic relations with Beijing.
This would be a bad time for the United States to withdraw and pull back and leave them to the devices of a leadership that might decide to crack down further.
A group of 4 Chinese students, hastily invited to the White House, hailed the president's new plan.
A measured response, I think, may help the things in China move toward a good direction.
Despite earlier complaints that the president moved too slowly, this latest plan of action won immediate support.
I think the actions he's taken are prudent, and I agree. I think the United States ambassador should remain there.
We have to condemn what has been happening, but we have to do it in such a way that we do not foreclose the possibility of a closer relationship again.
Yet Mr. Bush will still face pressure to do even more.
I am going to seek contingency legislation to suspend trade, investment, financial and other ties to this brutal communist government.
That the Chinese military appears divided against itself is not seen as a bad sign here at the White House. President Bush, who is reading the tea leaves and watching television just like everyone else, says a splintered military proves a high level of support for the students and that the idea of democracy has taken root in China for good. Wyatt Andrews, CBS News, the White House.
The State Department has set up a special phone line for information on American citizens in China. The phone number to call is area code 202-647-0562. 202-647-0562. The governments of Cuba and Vietnam backed the Chinese government's crackdown and massacre today. The rest of the world reacted with outrage and grief. Bruce Morton reports.
The Chinese government ordered the Chinese army to kill Chinese civilians. The troops fired. People died. Cameras worked. The whole world was watching. Today, all over the world, people protested and raged and cried. In Bonn, they burned an army uniform. This woman works for the Chinese embassy in Bonn, but she was one who cried. Massacre, the banners read. The army used force. The students used what they had, rocks sometimes songs. In Moscow, a quiet protest. They sang too. In English, one line goes, "A brave new world's in birth." Not today. In Beijing, they cried for the dead. In Roanoke, Virginia, a man cried out for a missing brother. One of the largest protests was in Hong Kong, which is to become part of China, this new China, in 1997. Truck drivers sat down, refused to cross the Hong Kong-China border. In Beijing, soldiers died too. A crowd killed this one.
I will go back and fight with...
Some Chinese students, like this one at UCLA, wanted to go home and fight. Others marched here.
We do not recognize anymore the government of China anymore.
In Beijing, rubble and protest. In Washington, D.C., marchers and a defaced flag and protest.
People believe that at least they're human being at the beginning, and now people find out that they are no longer human being.
Outside the United Nations, which cannot intervene in China's internal killings, chants and marchers. Here and everywhere, tears and anger, grief and rage, all mingled. The whole world was watching. It will never see China quite the same way again. Bruce Morton, CBS News, New York.
And still to come on tonight's CBS Evening News, political turmoil in both Poland and Iran. Correspondent Barry Peterson on grief and outrage over the Soviet train disaster. And Susan Spencer on what happens to hospitals when AIDS war and anarchy. Reports of fighting between Army units on any wide scale are still not confirmed. It does seem clear that the Army is forming battle lines which reflect the crisis, the split in the communist leadership. After days of almost total silence, the official Chinese media today reported what could be a break in the political crisis at the top. Radio Beijing indicated that one of the 5 members of the party's Central Committee, Xiao Shu, has taken over as party leader. That would be replacing the ousted Communist Party leader, Zhao Ziyang. CBS News correspondent John Sheehan begins our report from the scene. John?
Dan, powerful armies are arranging themselves in formations that suggest they are about to go to war with each other. Yet another tragedy in China. These troops are part of the 38th Army, which seems to be moving into position for a possible assault on the troops who carried out the massacre of unarmed pro-democracy protesters last weekend. For Chinese civilians, the soldiers of the 38th are the good army. And these are the forces of the 27th Army, the soldiers blamed for the killing. They hold the center of the city and are camped in defensive positions as if expecting an assault by a strong military force. The 27th has continued to shoot down civilians in the streets. Soldiers warned foreigners in nearby buildings that if they take pictures, they will also be shot. According to intelligence sources, 3 other field armies are on the move, seemingly to join the 38th in punishing the government troops and possibly to topple the hardliners who ordered the atrocity. All the armies involved have infantry, tanks, armored personnel carriers, artillery, and anti-aircraft units. All are formidable forces. The 38th is the army of the Beijing region, making it highly likely that some of its soldiers had family members among the victims at Tiananmen. Though the 27th left a trail of corpses, state-run Chinese radio claimed today that not one person died on Tiananmen Square. In other government propaganda, State Council spokesman Yuan Mu told Chinese journalists that soldiers sustained more casualties than civilians. He claimed that on both sides, 300 people died, only 23 of them students. The government also denied reports that Deng Xiaoping is dead, and there was a bizarre rumor of an assassination attempt on Premier Li Peng. Deng and the other hardliners are less and less in control of the people. Anti-government protests have spread to cities across China. If that Radio Beijing hint is true that Xiao Shi is the new head of the Communist Party, it's a further solidifying of the hardliners' takeover. 63-year-old Xiao is a kind of shadowy figure, the head of China's security apparatus. This would be analogous to 1982, when Yuri Andropov, the head of the KGB, took over the party in the Soviet Union. Dan?
Jack Sheehan, thanks. U.S. intelligence officials are scrambling, trying to keep track of the complex, confusing military movements around Beijing, and also the equally obscure and hard-to-follow movements of top Chinese officials, their rivals and their enemies. Correspondent Leslie Stahl has the latest on what they know and what they suspect in Washington. Leslie?
Dan, U.S. intelligence officials now tell us that the number of dead, this is an estimate, in Beijing is 3,000. This is the first time the American government has put a number on the dead, and it is an extremely high one. Also, White House officials say that top senior Chinese officials have moved out of central Beijing and onto military installations and command posts outside the city. They believe this is because of safety reasons, but they also speculate it could be so these people could get to locations with better communications. We are also told that Deng Xiaoping is still alive, although very ill and in the hospital. Also, the leading Chinese dissident, Fang Lizhi, the man who tried to meet with President Bush when he was in China, has sought refuge for his safety in the American embassy in Beijing. Officials tell me that the U.S. is in contact with middle-level government and military officials, and that we remain profoundly ignorant of the situation within the government and the military as to who's in charge. What has the White House, Dan, deeply concerned is reprisals against our suspending military sales. We're very concerned about our listening posts along the Chinese-Soviet border. Those listening posts have become extremely vital to our surveillance of Soviet military activity, and their loss would be considered a devastating blow. Dan.
Leslie Stahl, thank you. No one knows when there will be the last plane from Beijing. Thousands of foreigners, including many Americans, poured into Beijing's small and Spartan airport today, trying to get out of China. Japan, Britain, and Canada arranged special charter flights for their nationals. The U.S. State Department called the situation, and I quote now, volatile and life-threatening, and urged Americans to leave, but so far has not chartered aircraft to help them get out. Bill Whitaker is at the Ant Hill Beijing airport.
Even before the U.S. Embassy advised its citizens to get out, Beijing airport was filled with anxious Americans trying to flee the city.
I'm afraid. I want to get out.
We saw a dead person on a vehicle that was being taken around the city. And I think that just sort of signaled it wasn't a good place to tour.
Kathy Mills cut her vacation short. She arrived in Beijing by train Sunday.
The Chinese seemed really nervous on the train, made us nervous. And when we got off the train, we walked about 20 minutes, and there was a burning body on the ground, a soldier, and everybody was surrounding it.
When you see this, and you can see sites like this throughout Beijing, there's no question why tourists are fleeing. But even greater than their fright from the last days of violence, many say, is their fear of what's to come.
Just getting to the airport today proved harrowing.
We left the Friendship this morning at about 7:30 this morning, taking a wild back alley route to the airport, literally back alley part of the way, in order to avoid the troops on the bridges.
The Chinese students have done their very best. They're very brave. It's sad that we end up in this way.
Ironically, a sign outside the airport says tourism brings prosperity and progress. Bill Whitaker, CBS News, Beijing.
There are only two real national institutions in China, the Communist Party and the Army. The possible split that's shaping up in China involves an army that's not organized or unified in the same way as the U.S. Army or the Red Army of the Soviet Union. The People's Liberation of China, Army of China is uniquely Chinese. It is a huge fighting force, but with rival leaders, divided loyalties, and not always a central command. And the splits are deepening in this present crisis. Our Pentagon correspondent, David Martin, tries to give some perspective.
An estimated 250 to 350,000 soldiers have converged on Beijing, and more are on the way. With China's army broken down into regions with varying degrees of loyalty to the central government, the hardline leaders have turned to loyalist troops outside Beijing for units they can count on. Other units are refusing to take up arms against citizens, raising the horrifying prospect of an army fighting itself in the streets of Beijing. One has only to look at Lebanon to see what happens when modern armies do battle in populated areas. There are unconfirmed reports of isolated fighting, but for the moment it looks like a standoff.
We have reasons to believe that all elements of the Army do not support what is taking place, but we have no firm evidence of armed clashes.
The hardliners can count on commanders who owe their jobs and are even directly related to the country's political leaders. The commander of the 27th Army, which did most of the killing over the weekend, is said to be a nephew of the president. But U.S. officials say other units have been firing on unarmed civilians as well.
Ultimately, the majority of the officers are probably on the side of the conservatives.
As for the soldiers who must do the shooting, they, for the most part, are uneducated peasants who know only what their officers tell them. Right now, they are in a bind.
Here is a military of young people who have been told for years, you are the people's army, love the army, cherish the people. So what then happens if this young, naive kid is told by his officer, shoot the people? And that must cause a lot of tension in their minds.
U.S. officials say they can only guess at what the Army will do and confess that attempts to influence the outcome could make matters worse.
You do not want to give those forces an excuse to apply force on the basis of American intervention or American instigation of actions over there.
Whatever China's army does, it is difficult to imagine a happy ending. Either the hardliners prevail and the forces of democracy are crushed, or there is a civil war which will kill thousands more than already have died. David Martin, CBS News, the Pentagon.
In just a few days under the gun, Beijing has changed from a place of kindness and hard work, a place of struggle and hope, to a city of terror and despair. Correspondent Richard Roth has one of today's tragedies.
The name of the street is Fuxing Lu. It means the road of revival. It's unlikely anything that happened this drizzly day on the road of revival would have been worth mentioning if the army had not passed by. Run, run, people are saying. A boy's been shot. Go there to the hospital. In a city of rumors today, one sad fact. A 12-year-old boy lay dying, and an anguished mother could do nothing to save him.
We all feel extremely angry.
He was looking out his door when the army went by, neighbors say, and it made the soldiers angry. He was shot in the side, down there at his own doorway, Building 23, Fuxing Lu. China's government said the army has shown great restraint in enforcing martial law, but not many people here were listening to the government today. There was another casualty today on Fuxing Lu when the army passed by. This little girl was the second, more fortunate than her neighbor. She will survive. Shame on the country is the message someone in the neighborhood scratched on cement, and no one cared that foreigners saw it. In fact, people applauded. People who live on the road of revival wanted the world to know what happened today on their street. Richard Roth, CBS News, Beijing.
And still to come on the CBS Evening News, Bob Schieffer on a new leader for a house divided. And Tom Fenton will show you mourners by the millions and the frenzied chaos at the funeral of Ayatollah Khomeini.
He's been a swing vote in the Politburo, conservative, but according to some reports, distressed at the idea of a violent suppression of the students. American observers say that he's a real mystery man in the Politburo. He's had experience both in security affairs and student affairs. He would replace the moderate Zhao Jiang, who reportedly is about to be purged. But all of this now has been denied by sources close to the Zhao family, so we don't know where it stands. It is now Wednesday morning in Beijing. NBC's Keith Miller reports it's been another long night.
Sustained gunfire could be heard in several sections of the city overnight, but the target of the shooting could not be identified. There are unconfirmed reports that rival army units battled south and northwest of the city. Members of the Martial Law Command appeared on nationwide television to deny fighting between units of the army. General Zhang Gong claimed the army was not divided. He also claimed that no one was killed when troops cleared Tiananmen Square of pro-democracy demonstrators, even though the government admitted 300 died. The 27th Army now holds the square and is being blamed for the indiscriminate killing during the assault on students and their supporters. Armored units from the 27th were redeployed to defensive positions east of the square today, adding to speculation that other army units would attack the 27th to avenge the massacre. Beijing residents hoped it was true, but were fearful of the consequences.
All the people frightened and hate them.
What is the mood of the people, you think?
Very frightened. Just the sound of a helicopter passing overhead provokes panic among the people. There are long lines outside grain stores. Many people anticipate food shortages and are hoarding supplies. No national leader has yet accepted responsibility for the military takeover, and rumors of assassination circulate freely. Premier Li Peng has not been seen since Saturday, the eve of the Tiananmen massacre. State-run television today did not respond to reports that he had been shot and wounded, but it did deny rumors that Paramount leader Deng Xiaoping had died. Deng has not been seen since last month's summit meeting with Soviet Premier Mikhail Gorbachev. An estimated 300,000 troops are camped on the outskirts of Beijing, The loyalty of the soldiers is reportedly divided between competing factions in the government. The People's Liberation Army entered the city 4 days ago with a mandate to restore order. It has instilled turmoil, hatred, and fear instead. In the absence of clear leadership, the potential for even greater violence increases with each passing hour. At dawn this morning, a convoy was seen heading into Tiananmen Square. Eyewitnesses said it was loaded with supplies and ammunition to sustain the Army's occupation of Beijing. Tom?
Keith, yesterday the Chinese people apparently were feeling some possibility that there would be a counterattack on that military unit in Tiananmen Square. I gather that that possibility diminishes with every passing hour. Can you describe for us the general mood of the city tonight?
It still has not improved. Very few people are willing to guess what the duration of this crisis will be. But just about everyone you talk to anticipates that it will get worse, a lot worse, before it ever gets better.
All right, thanks very much. Keith Miller, who's in Beijing tonight. At the White House at this time, they're trying to piece all of this together, trying to figure out who's up and who's down. NBC's Jim Miklashevsky is there tonight. Jim, what about this report at the White House that the Chinese leadership now may have scattered from Beijing to various military compounds?
Well, Tom, officials in the U.S. are putting quite a bit of credibility into those reports that the senior Chinese leadership has, in fact, fled Beijing and taken up positions at various military installations around the capital city. Beyond that, they can only speculate as to why, whether it's simply for their own safety or whether it's to direct some military operation.
And who are they dealing with in the meantime? I mean, if the leaders are at the military compounds, who does this country talk to over there?
Well, the short answer to that, Tom, is no one. They have had some contact with mid-level Chinese officials, but they acknowledge they haven't had any contact at all with senior Chinese leaders for days now.
Any reports from the White House on the stories that we've been hearing about Li Peng having been wounded in an assassination attempt and Deng Xiaoping being hospitalized for cancer treatments?
Well, U.S. officials say there's reason to believe those reports, but say they just can't confirm them. And they warn that their intelligence is pretty much spotty. They remain pretty much in the dark. And they quote the old China hand, President Bush himself, who says that if anybody tells you they know what's going on in China, they probably don't.
It's an old and useful line for people who have been watching China for a long time now. Meanwhile, the United States State Department today urged the more than 10,000 Americans in China to leave that country, describing the situation there as volatile and life-threatening. NBC's George Lewis tonight on the rush to get out of the capital city.
The Beijing airport was jammed, every flight completely filled with people trying to get out of China. Foreigners who were told by their embassies that it may not be safe to remain here. Richard McCoy was a visiting professor of English literature at Beijing University. Today, he, his wife, and 2 daughters were headed home to New York.
We're very sad to be going, and we feel very upset about what's happening to China.
Do you think it will be straightened out anytime soon?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I hope it is, and I hope the good guys win, but we just don't know.
The McCoys had wanted their daughters, 11-year-old Kate and 8-year-old Sarah, to have the experience of living in China. None of them thought their time here would end on such a sad and scary note. There was very little regular business being conducted at the U.S. Embassy in Beijing because the staff was too busy trying to get Americans out of the country. No U.S. visas were being issued today, something which dismayed a crowd of Chinese anxious to join the people leaving here.
We want to be set free. We want to go to the United States.
Are people scared to stay here in China?
Yeah,
are they afraid?
Yeah, very afraid. Every minute we're nervous.
This young woman, a student, said some of her friends had died in the weekend massacre.
I really don't know how to express my feeling now.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Hong Kong tonight, the evening flight out of Beijing. The people arriving in the British colony saying they came here with mixed feelings.
And I was so tired, and I'm still so tired, and I just said, I gotta close my eyes, I gotta go to sleep, and I don't like this.
It must be a relief, but
For me, but not for them.
Many of these people leave behind Chinese friends, and they worry about what will happen to them in the coming days. George Lewis, NBC News, Beijing.
China's best-known dissident, astrophysicist Fang Lejur, is at the U.S. Embassy tonight in Beijing. He has taken refuge there for his personal safety. Fang, you'll remember, was invited by President Bush to a dinner hosted in Beijing earlier this year, but Chinese authorities kept him away. He has been an outspoken opponent of Chinese political oppression for some time now. Meanwhile, pictures of last weekend's violence in China continued to emerge today. Tonight, Chinese television showed this amateur video of students attacking an army truck in Beijing. Chinese television used these pictures to try to back up claims that thugs were responsible for the protests that led to the crackdown. Protests and violence elsewhere in China, in the southwestern city of Chengdu. There are reports that some people died and were killed after martial law was declared on Sunday and the army moved in. A Belgian tourist took these pictures. The students asked him to get his material to the news media so their story could be told outside of China. More condemnation today. Great Britain joined the United States in banning arms sales to China, and it suspended high-level military contacts with Beijing. France stopped just short of breaking diplomatic relations, saying it was freezing relations at all levels. And in the Soviet Union, the new Congress of People's Deputies called the Beijing massacre a tragic page in Chinese history, but said it was an internal affair. Only two countries have expressed support for the brutal Chinese crackdown: Vietnam and Cuba. We'll have more from China a bit later on, but in a moment, the chaos in Iran. Millions of mourners go wild at the funeral of the Ayatollah Khomeini.
Of course I killed them. I just aimed, shot, and killed those little creeps myself.
Davis in Tehran.
They began to march in the early hours of this day. They came by the tens of thousands on every road into Tehran. First to the place where the Ayatollah Khomeini's body was on display in a glass-covered casket. They were here in the millions.
It is not just loving of a person. It is loving of Islam, because people in Iran and people, all the Muslims, they love Islam, and Ayatollah Khomeini was a representative of Islam.
After the body was taken away by helicopter, the procession began again. This time it traveled 10 miles to a square near the Martyrs Cemetery. By the time the body arrived, the area was filled by thousands upon thousands of mourners, and the chaos began. As the casket containing the Ayatollah's body moved through the crowd, it was tipped. The mourners tried to rip away bits of his burial shroud. They did, to the horror of many Muslims. The body of the Ayatollah was exposed. The guards fought to regain it from the crowd. Eventually, it was carried away by helicopter. Late this afternoon, Speaker of the Parliament Hashemi Rafsanjani inspected the burial site. Again, the body was brought by helicopter, and again the thousands surrounded it. It was tipped from the casket into the ground, wrapped only in a burial shroud, the Muslim tradition. And then the grief overwhelmed this throng of mourners. The bodies of those injured in the crush were carried over the crowd. There were many. This outpouring of emotion continued for hours. Rick Davis, NBC News, Tehran.
And from Soviet Central Asia tonight, reports of bloody new ethnic rioting that left more than 50 people dead. It happened last weekend in the Republic of Uzbekistan. That's 1,500 miles southeast of Moscow. The fighting involved rival Muslim groups, the Uzbeks and members of the...
ordered families of U.S. officials evacuated after Chinese troops terrorized a diplomatic compound, spraying bullets into apartment buildings that house American and other foreign citizens. Witnesses said more Chinese were killed by gunfire on the streets of Beijing. Violence is also reported in half a dozen other Chinese cities. The political situation remains murky, obscure, but CBS News correspondent John Sheehan tells us the Army has tightened its grip on the blood-soaked streets of the capital. John?
Dan, soldiers in Beijing fired wildly into hotels and foreigners' homes today, and more Chinese civilians were gunned down in the street. The military siege of Beijing looks like it's just beginning. The 27th Army, camped at Tiananmen Square, got fresh troops and supplies today, and thousands of soldiers involved in the slaughter of unarmed protesters marched out. The troops continue to fire at civilians, however. Watch closely. A soldier on a truck waves as if to say, "Stop taking pictures." Then the message is reinforced with a burst of gunfire. In order to resupply, the 27th had to pass through the lines of the 38th Army that only yesterday appeared poised for an attack on the troops who carried out the massacre. The two forces had clearly struck a bargain. Tanks of the 27th withdrew altogether from a key intersection. But as the threat of imminent war between rival army units recedes, there is increasing combat between the military and the people. Nightly attacks with Molotov cocktails and firearms. That war is escalating. Continual wild gunplay has damaged many buildings. Troops sealed off and searched a diplomatic compound, saying that a soldier had been killed by a sniper. When soldiers marching out of Tiananmen reached the compound, they were chanting, "We love the people." Then they laid down a terrifying barrage of fire in the air and into diplomats' apartments, apparently in a trigger-happy attempt to discourage further sniping. U.S. Ambassador James Lilly is trying to find out who's in charge of the Chinese government. He can't get past lower-level officials. The embassy is coordinating the evacuation of U.S. diplomatic dependents and other Americans who want to join two planned charter flights. Beijing Airport is hopelessly overcrowded with foreigners trying to get on flights to anywhere, as long as it's out. Martial law has not worked. The danger now is that there could be more massacres as the new warlords of China try to impose their will. Dan?
Thank you, John Sheehan in Beijing. The Chinese government, as usual, is putting out little official information. But as Bob Simon reports, what the government does say bears no resemblance to anyone else's account of what's going on.
Masses of tanks and troops pulled out of Tiananmen Square today, only to return a short while later. What did the maneuver accomplish? Resupply, perhaps, and the creation of a photo opportunity. China's nationwide TV news program opened this evening with these pictures of a few Chinese journalists invited by the authorities to survey an empty and peaceful square. It had been as sanitized as the party's version of events. While Western accounts spoke of fatalities reaching into the thousands, tonight's Chinese commentators said when troops recaptured the square, not one person died. If China's leaders made history last weekend, today they were rewriting it. The cameras visited wounded soldiers in hospitals. No civilian casualties made air. They broadcast dramatic footage and told the story of how an enraged mob had turned on a people's army which had been acting with admirable restraint. They showed the world's largest square back under communist control. What had been a pro-democracy movement was now branded counter-revolutionary and relegated to the trash heap of history. That's the official version now. It will not play well in Beijing, but many Chinese here are afraid it will play a lot better in the countryside, where people crave a coherent account of events and still have some faith in the party. The party has a monopoly on truth, according to communist doctrine, and this is the square where nobody died. Bob Simon, CBS News, Beijing.
Following several other governments that sent in planes earlier this week, the United States announced today it is now chartering aircraft to take Americans out of China. As Bill Plant reports, the Bush administration acted while under increasing criticism for its low-key approach.
As Americans converged on the Beijing airport to escape the deteriorating situation in China, the U.S. government came under sharp criticism for being slow to react. Today, the State Department took action to help U.S. citizens get out of China.
The United States government is arranging charters that will supplement U.S. airlines to facilitate the departure of all those who want to leave and all those who have been ordered to leave.
The only U.S. citizens ordered to leave are dependents of government employees. The government has no legal authority to order American civilians out of China, but is strongly urging them to go. 3 commercial aircraft chartered by the U.S. government will depart Beijing sometime in the next 12 hours. But Americans who've been trying to get out for the past 4 days wish that help had come sooner.
they waited too long. I mean, it's a mess over here trying to get out now.
And returning Americans had few kind words for the U.S. Embassy.
Every other country's embassy was there picking up their students, and they said to call them if there was trouble. By then it would be obviously too late.
I think the American embassy in Beijing is a disaster. They've done absolutely nothing for the overwhelming majority of people who are there, whose lives are at risk. They're useless.
One U.S. senator who's been frustrated trying to get his constituents out of China had this advice for the State Department.
Be prepared. Do a better job of it next time, and for goodness sake, complete this one quickly and get our people out of there.
But the confusion continues. According to officials here, not only does the U.S. government not have a clue which members of the hardline faction are actually in charge in China or what's likely to happen next, but also that the State Department has no record of which Americans have already left, and that it can only guess how many U.S. citizens remain in China. Bill Plant, CBS News, the State Department.
President Bush has refused to pull the U.S. ambassador out of Beijing, saying the U.S. government badly needs that contact with the Chinese leadership. Today, reportedly, there was high-level contact between the U.S. ambassador and some Chinese officials. Leslie Stahl has the latest from the White House on that. Leslie?
Dan, although there is still great uncertainty as to who is running China, top officials remain out of sight. U.S. analysts here are now assuming that Deng Xiaoping and the other hardliners do have the upper hand and are making the important government decisions. One reason for that assessment is what you just said, a meeting that our U.S. ambassador had with their vice foreign minister, someone officials here say is in the clear line of command. Lilly vigorously protested those shootings at the American compound and was assured that there is no deliberate move to harm Americans. Other evidence the hardliners have consolidated power. Premier Li Peng mentioned on state control radio for the first time since the violence he was attending a ceremonial function. The government has formally condemned President Bush's action in suspending military sales and in granting asylum to that dissident Fang Lijie in the American embassy. White House spokesman say President Bush is certain that the steps he took were the right ones. Dan, no one here is saying that the hardliners have definitely won. President Bush, based on his own experience in China, is telling aides that the more you learn about China, the more you realize you don't understand, and that's because the Chinese want it that way. Dan?
Leslie Stahl, thank you. One early casualty of the China crackdown is trade with the United States. Dollars have been flowing into China under liberalized investment rules in the last few years, but now, as business correspondent Ray Brady reports, the tide is turning.
Every day now they come pouring off the planes from China. American students, tourists, and U.S. businessmen.
People were using live ammunition, and after consultation with several members of the business community, the American embassy, and so on, I decided it was time to leave.
U.S. companies like Corning Glass, Nike, and Chrysler have invested around $3.5 billion to tap into a massive market, a fifth of the world's population. An investment that now seems shaky.
What normally took us hours now takes us days to move goods just a few miles.
If you cannot get any merchandise, you cannot get the piece goods out of the country, then you haven't got a business.
But American consumers depend on China for nearly $9.5 billion a year worth of goods. Most of them consumer goods, like toys, $1.1 billion a year worth, including such bestsellers as Micro Machines and lots of Barbie dolls.
If there are problems there and the companies can't get the products out of the country, then we could possibly see some kind of shortage for particular toys in the United States.
Every year, these hard-working Chinese sewing machines turn out a total of nearly $2 billion worth of men's, women's, and knit clothing, along with footwear like Nike running shoes. Manufacturers could move those machines to more peaceful countries.
If we don't get enough goods in here, then the price will go up.
Consumers aren't the only Americans who could lose out if China doesn't settle down. At this Chicago laser company, workers' paychecks come at least partly from sales to China. Another potential loser, the American farmer. The U.S. Wheat Association built China's first bakery for sliced bread. Object, to stimulate sales of wheat to China. Just this week, the Chinese wrote out a huge order. But continuing turmoil could slice off what had been a growing market. U.S. executives say China modernized its business rules in 1985, and that brought in a flood of investment that was helping move the country forward. But without more of that investment, they say, China will soon start slipping backward. Dan?
Ray, thanks. Still to come on tonight's CBS Evening News, Bill Whitaker on the common man and Beijing's new heroes. And Bob Schieffer on President Bush, a low blow, and apologies to the new head man of the House.
They've developed a taste for speaking freely, and not even the rain could dampen it. I'm not afraid to speak. Our leaders are corrupt. As troops mass on the outskirts, a deceptive calm settled over parts of the city. You could find children at play and shoppers at markets today. But on almost every corner, you'd also find people angry and defiant. TV says we welcomed martial law, this woman says. They're lying to the people. At Beijing University, the center of the pro-democracy movement, it was clear martial law had done little to quell the fervor. This man tells everyone what he saw in Tiananmen Square. Our heroes used to come from books, he says, but now we have real heroes in Tiananmen Square. That's why I'm here, to tell the truth about the people's heroes. Bill Whitaker, CBS News, Beijing.
And that's tonight's CBS Evening News. Dan Rather. We continue our commitment to keep you informed of major developments in China. If and when anything happens during the evening, you will see and hear it on this CBS station. See you tomorrow. Good night.
Tomorrow on CBS This Morning, the latest from China as foreigners scramble to leave Beijing. Also, rock star Jackson Browne on CBS This Morning. This is CBS.
For the next 2 days, if you bring a friend, you can both join for just $39 each.
And check out their grand openings in Springfield, Paramus, and South Plainfield.
How does it taste? That speck of subtle seasoning and golden spicy brown mustard?
Who draw fewer attacks from the people. The city is in a state of uneasy calm, still surrounded by strong rival armies.
It could go either way. It could either stabilize or it could get worse.
Troops have been clearing away the wreckage of the battles to make way for normal traffic. Civilian police are gradually reappearing, a strong indication that the government is reasserting control. Prime Minister Li Peng appeared on the television news for the first time in a week, a sign that the hardliners who ordered the bloody repression are holding the reins. And they're furious with the U.S. Embassy for sheltering China's most famous dissident, Fang Li-jie. Professor Fang is an outspoken critic of the communist system. Though he had no direct involvement with the student demonstrations for democracy, communist authorities blamed him. He was burned in effigy last week at a government-orchestrated rally. Then Washington blew his cover by announcing that he is in the American mission.
Where is Professor Fang now?
I can't comment on that.
The State Department is saying that he's in the U.S. Embassy.
That's the State Department's business. If they have all the answers, ask them.
Both Fang and the U.S. are trapped. Now, if he tries to leave the embassy, he will very likely be arrested. Arrests are mounting, and the list of people to be rounded up is long. Student leaders and pro-democracy labor leaders have also gone into hiding. The government today ordered them to turn themselves in or face even more severe punishment when they are captured. John Sheehan, CBS News, Beijing.
If the overall impression is one of calm, there are still at least isolated moments of sheer terror. 3 members of a BBC camera crew were filming near a burned-out tank in eastern Beijing when it happened to them. The BBC reporter Brian Barron describes what happened.
Suddenly, about 6 policemen assaulted us. Half of them were plainclothesmen, secret policemen. Everyone was armed to the teeth. They had loaded pistols which were cocked. There were 2 unpleasant minutes while we knelt in the road. One of the secret policemen put his loaded revolver against the temple of our sound recordist. The others were cursing and threatening us and brandishing their guns.
After that harrowing experience, the men were held briefly and then released. The guns of June are firing less, killing fewer now. China's leaders are beginning to use another old and favored weapon of dictatorial regimes, one that over time tries to make you believe what you know to be false and doubt what you know to be true. Bob Simon in Beijing details how China's rulers are reasserting the straight party line, trying to kill the spirit of the resistance.
The People's Army was out helping the people again today, giving old ladies first aid, sweeping away debris and disorder. Officers said they were restoring normality and ridding the city of ruffians. Men on the street said people are happy now because their soldiers have taken charge. That was the message on China's TV news tonight, which also broadcast gruesome footage of soldiers who'd been burned alive in the battle for Tiananmen Square. There was another version of what happened that blood-soaked night. Those underground mimeographed wall posters were being read and copied and believed by people often afraid to have their pictures taken.
Say, what is the truth from Tiananmen Square?
She said kill a lot of people.
Killed a lot of people.
Yeah.
Do you believe that?
Yeah, I believe so.
Students brought their evidence of the Army's butchery to CBS News in Beijing today, still photographs of their fallen comrades, pictures which will never be broadcast in China. The government clearly has the edge in this battle of the truth waves. Ultimately, paving stones can't beat tanks. Posters and photos can't beat television.
The Army is kept to the main boulevards pretty much. Soldiers have not come into the small streets, the old byways of Beijing. But these are not the same places they were last week. There's still anger, there's still defiance, but it's muted now. It's as if people have put on masks again. They can no longer afford to demonstrate what they really feel.
The same people who greeted journalists with cheers and applause last week are now full of resentment and fear.
Just stop that fooling, okay? Please.
Why?
Why? Because, you know, the traffic, we can't go through.
Of course you can. The road's open.
No. There are many cars, bicycles.
I don't see any cars.
You don't see any cars.
Where are the cars?
Please. It's bad.
You're not supposed to be here. Leave, says a woman. The government has now accused the United States and Hong Kong of masterminding the rebellion. It's dangerous to be seen with Americans. Come with me, give me your film, says a local cadre. We escaped by surrendering a cassette which was blank. There are still glimmers of the heroism that thrilled the world, offerings for the Westerners who are still around. A mile from Tiananmen Square, people gathered with reverence by the statue of a dancing girl with garlands of bullet holes and flowers, a monument to the massacre. Other monuments stand nearby, burned-out buses littering the boulevard like shipwrecks skirted by a sea of bicycles, Beijing's barometer of normalcy. When the People's Army came by, people scattered as soldiers chased us away with automatic weapons. In today's communist China, it's not just power that comes from the barrel of a gun, it's the source of truth as well. Bob Simon, CBS News, Beijing.
The first U.S. chartered airliner left Beijing today carrying hundreds of embassy dependents and some other Americans to safety. While they were grateful, other Americans found little to praise in their government's efforts to help them, as we hear from Bill Whitaker.
It's the kind of crisis no U.S. embassy ever wants to face, the evacuation of Americans from a country in turmoil. For the embassy families escorted past tanks and troops to the first U.S. charter out of Beijing today, there were feelings of relief.
I feel nervous and I'm sad that my husband has to stay. But I'm glad that we're going.
Because of the tank.
Tell me, what happened to the tanks?
The tanks were trying to destroy the world.
But from hundreds of other Americans equally desperate to flee, there have been angry complaints that the embassy did too little, too late.
The embassy has completely failed to organize any effort other than for their dependents. And the other embassies have done a very good job.
I was told by 2 embassy officials yesterday that embassy dependents come first.
The Russians were out 3 days ago.
Japanese got out yesterday.
French. And the Japanese...
Francois left.
The French have left.
Ambassador James Lilly came to the airport today to see the evacuees off. He denounced the charges as unfair and untrue.
Some person in the States got back and said,
We didn't brief him. We didn't help him down with the U.S. Embassy. But let me make a small point. We were running roadblocks. We were taking high risks to get Americans out.
Today, Secretary of State James Baker called the evacuation a success.
We now have more air charter capacity than we have people willing to leave.
The embassy says it will continue to do its best to get Americans out of Beijing. But to many Americans caught in the crossfire, the embassy's best is not good enough. Bill Whitaker, CBS News, Beijing.
The exodus of Americans and other foreigners also continues from China's largest city, Shanghai, where the pro-democracy movement still breathes, still has some life. But Jerry Bowen reports the lesson of Beijing shows how quickly that could all change.
In the port city of Shanghai, China's largest urban area with a population of 12 million, it's been so strangely quiet the last 24 hours that even resident diplomatic sources will tell you they don't know what's going on, much less what's likely to happen. Shops have stayed open here, and there have been gradually more buses on the streets. But the protest continues. Half the workers are boycotting, staying off the job despite government warnings. And students are still blockading intersections, though there seem to be fewer barricades in the city. And like their colleagues in Beijing, they have demands.
They want the democracy.
The Shanghai students even have their own styrofoam Statue of Liberty and a steady supply of newspapers from Hong Kong, some in English, to learn the latest from Beijing. But unlike Beijing, there's no military presence here. Even the guards at the People's Congress building maintain a low profile. And Shanghai's main square has scores of bicycles, not one tank. Still, the burning of a train by protesters in the city earlier this week was enough to put foreign consulates on alert and foreign nationals here on the list for evacuation.
U.S. citizens going on the United Airlines charter flight to Narita Tokyo Airport.
More than 400 evacuees from a half-dozen countries waited for the charter flights today. Students, tourists, and diplomatic dependents, feeling more sad than fearful.
So we're wondering if it wasn't premature to be leaving now. But things seem to be changing so quickly.
We're sad to leave, and we hope that the situation will get better so that we will be able to come back.
And so the contrast in China continue. Foreigners fleeing Beijing because they know what can happen. Westerners leaving Shanghai because of concerns more than fears that something may happen here, too. Jerry Bowen, CBS News, Shanghai.
Still to come on the CBS Evening News, Susan Spencer on Dr. Salk and the prospect of a possible AIDS vaccine. David Dow on a prisoner due out soon and an actress who fears for her life. And James Sartori has pictures of a tornado that shredded power lines and raked Louisiana.
Times Square on New Year's Eve. I mean, where else would you like to go? There are certain places you just gotta be during the year. The Super Bowl, good one. The Grammys, the Kentucky Derby, the World Series, and tonight, New Year's Eve, Times Square. Waiting for us there, the man who made Hey Vern famous, the man you know as Ernest P. Worrell, the star of Hey Vern, It's Ernest, on CBS, Jim Varney. Hey, Jim! Yo, Jim!
Hey. Hey, Vern, you ought to see this place, Vern. Times Square. I'm telling you, there's nothing like it back home in Kentucky. And I'm here for CBS, and I've got 1 million of my best friends crowding in here to celebrate with me. New Year's Eve, Vern. We're getting set to have a time. I'm so excited, Vern. I dressed formal. Check it out. My black silk baseball hat. Have you ever seen old Ernest looking so good? I've got to, Vern. This is Times Square, Manhattan, New York City, home of the 45-second minute, right in the old US of A. You ever heard of Central Park, Vern? Less than a mile away. Up north, and Wall Street, is it ever tall? I mean tall, but Vern, this tower here, where the ball's gonna drop, it would take 3 of these, Vern, to make one entire state building, know what I mean? Hey, Vern, you got to get down here. You still got 21 minutes and 14 seconds till midnight. This is where it's at, know what I mean?
How do I know which coffee to get?
Just look for Juan Valdez.
Right.
Buenos dias.
I just saw Juan Valdez.
Of course. He's on every can of Colombian coffee. When you see him, you know you're getting the richest coffee in the world.
Oh.
If you want 100% Colombian coffee, just look for Juan Valdez. You can't miss him.
You've got a sore throat.
Hello, would you?
And a cough. Put your throat on nice. Nice cools your throat, showers your pain with medicine pleasantly.
Would you like to buy a trusty little vacuum?
As to who's won a war is who's wearing the smiles and who's got the brooms. When the inveterate hardline Prime Minister Li Peng made his smiling and triumphant appearance in the Great Hall of the People and on Chinese television last night, it signaled curtains for the democratic movement. This was just so clearly the man who had prevailed. The soldiers are sweeping up now. They've won the battle. Now they're cleaning the battleground, restoring and redefining normalcy, rounding up many from the ranks of their enemies, students and workers. The government has been using Chinese television to broadcast its utterly fictitious account of what happened last weekend. A gang of ruffians, the version goes, whipped up by the United States and by Hong Kong, attacking a restrained and gentle army. The strategy seems to be to invent the past and dominate the future, control the truth, control the country. Many people seem to be buying this official version, even in Beijing, not because they believe it to be true necessarily, but because they know the government is control and therefore they'd better listen. There are no visible signs of intramural fighting within the army. If civil war ever was a prospect, it seems to have vanished, or at least receded to the vanishing point. There were reports on the radio here just a short while ago of turmoil in Chengdu, the capital of Sichuan province. The radio spoke of the destruction of cars and damage to government buildings. But here in Beijing, Dan, the truth, as best as we can read it, seems to be that the war is over and the people have lost. Dan?
And as best you can read it, Bob Simon, recognizing how difficult it is to make out exactly what's going on, does that finish the pro-democracy, pro-freedom, pro-reform movement for the foreseeable future?
I think it does for the foreseeable future, Dan. We can now see that the smiling face of Chinese communism was a smile written on a stone. When push came to shove, this was a regime willing to shoot its children to survive. But if it's dead in the short term, I think we can at least remember this week that while in 1981 martial law was imposed and imposed thoroughly in Poland, this week the Poles went to the polls.
Bob Simon, live in Beijing. If things were relatively quiet today on the streets of Beijing, and that's the way it looked, it was not the case in some of the hotels and at the airport. Foreigners who sought refuge in hotels struggled to cope with the emergency. Many were U.S. diplomatic dependents and non-essential government personnel. The U.S. State Department ordered them out after Chinese troops fired on 2 diplomatic compounds. At the Beijing airport, more congestion and confusion. It was a repeat of the scene the day before. Hundreds of foreigners waited for flights to take them away from what the U.S. State Department officially called a dangerous situation. U.S. Ambassador James Lilly, he's our new ambassador there, boarded the first chartered flight for Americans to wish them well. Reacting to some criticism about alleged inaction, Lilly said the embassy had taken, in these are his words, an awful lot of moves to improve our security, and the biggest one was putting these people on the plane, unquote, the U.S. ambassador. Joining us now are 2 Americans who were on the first U.S. chartered planes to leave Beijing. In San Francisco is Joanne Grady, wife of the U.S. Vice Consul at the Beijing Embassy. And in Tokyo, Evan Gottesman was teaching English at a Beijing medical school. He was in Tiananmen Square as late as 1 hour before the massacre. Mr. Gottesman, do you think the U.S. Embassy moved quickly enough to get Americans out and moved as well as they could to do that?
I think that the bottom line is that those of us who needed to get out or wanted to get out did get out. And there were moments of ineptness, and when I called the embassy and asked if someone could pick me up, they told me I lived too close to the center of the city and they could not pick me up. But the bottom line is that I am out of China, and everybody, I think, who wanted to be out of China is out of China, and the charter flight last night was almost empty.
Mrs. Grady, apparently you were in a meeting when the decision was made to evacuate American dependents. Tell us about that.
Well, the ambassador called all the American embassy personnel together on Wednesday morning to discuss voluntary evacuation. And as the meeting started, unfortunately, we heard gunshots all around the embassy. There were like machine guns. They didn't come into the embassy compound, but they were very close. And it was quite obvious that we really needed to get out of there. So it quickly changed to mandatory that all dependents leave within a few hours.
Mr. Gottesman, well, what about casualties? The government has put the official death toll now at 300 and says most of those were soldiers of the Chinese army. Does that match what you witnessed?
Not at all. I mean, when I am a teacher at a medical college, and so many of my students are doctors. And many of them were in Tiananmen Square, and I saw them just hours after the soldiers came in, and they described just horrendous scenes of carnage. And the worst thing about it for them was that as doctors, they were ordered to leave the square, and in fact, their ambulance was shot at, and the soldiers blew out a few windows of the ambulance, and then were not allowed to come back into the square. And I think nothing is worse for a doctor than to know that there are wounded people, losing blood from gunshot wounds and with crushed limbs from tanks, who cannot be saved by the hundreds of doctors on hand willing to save them.
Ms. Grady, what was the weekend like living there in the embassy compound?
Well, the most difficult thing was finding out what was going on. As you know, the news is completely blacked out there, and the Chinese news doesn't really report what's going on. It tells you that everything's calm. Every moment, things were changing. Much of the weekend, I was on the phone trying to find Americans in China or answer phone calls from Americans in China and urge them to get out of China because we felt that the situation was deteriorating relatively quickly. Then the issue was how to get them out of there, and we had to, as you know, take vans out to the universities and get all the students off the campuses. It got increasingly bad as we approached departure because the compound where many of our embassy personnel were living was shot out right a few hours before we all left. So everyone left in a great state of panic, really.
We have only a few seconds left. Mr. Gottesman, based on your experience, what do you think is the most important thing for Americans to know about what is happening in China?
Well, my own interpretation is that even if they round up all the students, the Chinese government still has millions of people who know what happened, and I actually believe that the moment they think it's safe to gather, to chant, to demonstrate in some way, that they will. There's a huge current of rage in Beijing right now.
Thank you both very much, and welcome home.
Thank you.
When we come back, we'll be talking to our CBS News consultant, China scholar, expert, novelist Betty Bao Lord about the future of the pro-reform, pro-democracy movement. So stay here with us.
Well, my read of the news conference wasn't so much that he straddled the fence, but that he made it very clear he wants to preserve this relationship despite the brutality. He wants to go forward. He refused to condemn Deng Xiaoping and said, look, we don't know if he's responsible or not. He said he tried to reach the leaders there to tell them he feels this is an important relationship. And I thought he said as much, that he did not want to put on any other reprisals, despite what we're watching going forward, including the roundup of the students. One reason, obviously, is the strategic importance of China to us. They've been close to being our ally against the Soviet Union, and our ally in that part of the world, which we consider extremely vital. But also George Bush himself was part of this 17 years of diplomacy and nurturing this relationship, and you got a sense that he feels some personal tie to keeping it afloat.
I want to make sure that I understand that you don't think that any more criticism, anything more critical, or any additional moves will be forthcoming from the Bush administration.
my sense is that unless the pressure on the president rises increasingly from this point forward to do that, he will say we stand with the students, but you didn't hear much ringing rhetoric about the brutality tonight, and you heard a lot about how he wants to keep this relationship going, that he tried to reach the leaders by phone today to tell them that. So that, I thought, was the overriding message and where we stand right now.
Does the president and those around him, do they believe, as nearly everyone else believes, that thousands of people were massacred in this?
Oh, yes. They know that. They've told us that our intelligence shows us that. But more importantly, it appears at this stage, Dan, President Bush wants to find some way to get back to a relationship with the government of China.
Leslie Stahl, thank you very much. With us live in our studio here in New York, and always delight to have her, is Betty Bao-Lord, Chinese scholar, novelist, and until recently the wife of our ambassador in Beijing. That is, that they were in Beijing representing our country and are now back in this country. Betty, is the pro-democracy, pro-reform, pro-freedom movement dead and gone for the foreseeable future?
It depends on what you say. If it's manifested, I think perhaps everybody will put on their masks and be quiet. But I think in their guts, the rage and the feelings that were brought out by these months will still be there and simmering. So I think that the democracy movement may be silent and may be unseen, but China is a country where the things that are unseen are sometimes more important than the things that are seen, and what is not said more important than what is said.
Now, Beijing, the Communist Party and the government have hammered down particularly in Beijing, and they have it at least looking as if the chaos is subsiding. What do we know about the other provinces and other places in this vast country, China?
I think in the urban areas where VOA can be reached and where a lot of the students have gone back to, the truth of Tiananmen Square will be filtering down through the people within the next couple of weeks, I'm sure. The problem is the countryside, where 80% of the people live. I think it'll take longer, but I think it'll get there too, because there are millions now of peasants working in the cities who will also get this news, and they will also pass it back home.
The president, when asked about Deng Xiaoping and his responsibility for what happened in Tiananmen Square, seemed to indicate that, well, he wasn't convinced that Deng Xiaoping could be held responsible. Based on your experience in China, could that be?
I think it could, because Deng Xiaoping may have been playing the chairman of the board rather than the chief executive officer.
That would be Li Peng.
Yes, and in many ways, I think he wants to see how this thing comes out, because I think he's interested in still being the head of the party and the head of the country. So I think he may very well let Li Peng take the blame.
Can we expect reprisals as happened when the Cultural Revolution, so-called Cultural Revolution, was at its height not too long ago?
Yes. I'm afraid I think we can, because they have to make a few examples of people. There's an old Chinese saying that says you kill a chicken to scare the monkey. And I think they'll have to kill or do something about chickens so that the rest of the population will keep quiet and behave.
And you think it may be a time of terror for some people who led this pro-reform, pro-democracy movement?
I think they will be in hiding. I was interested to hear that they announced the fact that they were going to go to the campuses. That's almost giving the students a chance to get away.
Betty Bao-Lord, thanks. When we come back, we'll look at the official government view, what the Chinese government says has been happening. They can't rewrite the images. If the Western press wasn't in Beijing, you'd see a different story. Massacre? What massacre? The Chinese state-controlled press says no one was killed in Tiananmen Square. This is a city at peace. Fighting? What fighting? Didn't happen. A few thugs, we are informed, and some injuries to the soldiers of the People's Army. One voice, and only one voice, the government's, is now allowed to speak in China. Under the new orders of martial law, it is illegal to take pictures of what's really happening. The soldiers deliver the message. As the government began to lose the war of images, the Western press was threatened.
That we're being ordered off the air in spite of our agreement with the Chinese Foreign Ministry, which expires at 1 a.m. Sunday morning, Beijing time, that we must cease our satellite transmissions right away.
Western reporters discouraged from taking pictures, telling the story.
They're after Derek now. They're ripping away his camera. They're ripping away his camera, and they're coming for us. Oh, go, oh, go, oh, go, oh, go, oh, go, oh, go, oh, go.
It was extraordinary. For a while, the whole world could watch because cameras could roll. Journalists report.
彻底的反人民宣言，所以我们非常气愤。10月27号，都不怕是举行了大规模的游行。
Deng Xiaoping originally said, "We have over 300,000 soldiers. These are just a few students. We don't fear them." Now he refuses to speak with us.
Now it's harder. It seems China's leaders have changed the calendar from the year of the snake to the year of the ostrich. If you cannot see change, nothing did change. The philosopher asks, does a falling tree make a sound if no one was in the forest to hear it? Does a bullet pierce a body if the press does not report it? Does a tank crush a child if the leaders say it doesn't? Does a heart stop beating? Does a funeral stop proceeding? Does a revolution end if a government says it never happened? And one wonders how long any leadership can last when it cannot command the support of its people, cannot trust its people with the truth. We will continue to keep you informed of any major developments in China because of President Bush's news conference and the CBS sports special presentation of the NBA basketball championship, which follows right away. Tonight's 48 Hours, On Strike, a union and a management locked in an angry battle for America's future, will be seen next Thursday in its entirety at its regular schedule.
And their leaders have gone into hiding. But students are not the only target.
Right.
Now, President Bush says he is still trying to contact Chinese leaders, but so far with no luck. The president also says if the situation in China does not improve, he would take further steps at what he called the appropriate time.
The massacre in Beijing has hit painfully close to home, and today thousands of Chinese Americans took their outrage and their grief to the streets of Manhattan. Our team coverage of this day of protest begins with Channel 2's Chris Borgen, live now at the UN. Chris?
Brian, behind me you can hear the song in Mandarin called Lung, the Sons of the Dragon, a call for unity amongst the Chinese people. And behind me you can see the last few left here on West 66th Street, the last of some 7,000 people who banded together to speak their minds, as it were, to the members of the Chinese delegation housed up the block. The end of a rally which began early today in Columbia Square, down in Chinatown, and Vic Miles was there.
The young and the old, businessmen, students, and laborers all marched together in this morning's torrential downpour. The Chinese of New York and their supporters marched in protest against the massacre of Tiananmen Square, wearing black bands, mourning the quashing of the students' bid for more democracy in China.
Can you tell me what the armbands mean? I see so many of them.
Actually, it's a tradition of the Chinese. We are paying respect to all the students who sacrificed for the cause of democracy. And we pay a respect to them right now.
Police turned out 500 strong to help clear the way through traffic snarled by the umbrella-shielded multitude snaking their way through the tiny streets of Chinatown. Many businesses closed in sympathy with the demonstration.
Is this store closed too?
Yeah, closed. Every hour store closed.
By 11 or so this morning, a crowd estimated at well over 5,000 people had crowded into Columbus Park here in Chinatown. And in spite of the downpour, the people just kept coming. Underneath dozens of umbrellas up at the platform, there was a mock ceremony for what one man called a death of democracy in China.
Hey, people! Stand, people!
This is something like a funeral to remember all the people that died in Tiananmen Square.
And again, what is he saying?
Basically, is what he said is we supported them, struggle for democracy, and everybody should support all the people that they die and should remember them. They struggle for us.
At about noontime, the throng left Chinatown via Chatham Square and East Broadway for their next rallying point, Dag Hammarskjöld Plaza. By now, they were 15,000 strong. The huge, emotional but peaceful demonstration heard from Mayor Koch.
What the president of our country should do, he should turn to the ambassador of the People's Republic and he should say, shame, 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 shame.
About 30 young people are into their 5th day of a hunger strike, protesting the killings in their homeland. Many wept openly as the names of the students slain in the bid for freedom were read. Vic Miles, Channel 2 News.
And today, for the Chinese demonstrators to get from there to here, they had to march through the streets. And in doing that, what you had in these streets here in Manhattan, massive gridlock. Traffic tied up, block after block, bumper to bumper. Traffic going nowhere, slowly. And throughout it all, the tempers were kept. The drains fell, but the people stayed cool, as it were. The traffic tied up fully throughout Manhattan, the Central Park, and even now it is difficult to get from the west side of town to the east side, from the south side to the north, at least through Midtown Manhattan. In the next hour or so, the hope is that it will clear up. In the meantime, those who are left here on 66th Street are preparing to go through a candlelit ceremony to remain throughout the night in the rain, and again, slowly to let their voices be heard, hopefully, across the hall in the Chinese consulate. On West 66th Street, I'm Chris Borgen, live. Back to you in the studio.
Chris, thank you. Well, over the past few days, Americans have been making a mad scramble, of course, to get out of China and escape the violence there. Many Americans are finally home now, and they arrived today at Kennedy Airport. As Channel 2's Long Island correspondent Mark Schumacher reports, they are telling first-hand stories now of horror.
You can see the joy, you can feel the relief. Another loved one is home from Beijing. Today at JFK Airport, the reunions continued. Relatives lined the railing that leads from customs at international arrival.
I was extremely frightened the whole time that they were over there. They had been to Tiananmen Square 3 hours before the shooting broke out.
A very anxious Sandy Goralnik and her aunt and uncle waited. They couldn't stop fidgeting as they scanned every face that came near.
There's my mother!
But after a week of worry, the waiting was finally over. Sandy Goralnik's parents were members of a group of 40 retired people taking part in the Chinese-American Educational Exchange. They left the U.S. on May 25th, and their goal in Beijing was to study Chinese history, not to become part of it. However, when the shooting started in Tiananmen Square, the exchange group was in a nearby hotel. Now they were right in the middle of the conflict.
A student came in with his head bloodied and his shirt all bloody. He had had a confrontation with the soldiers about a mile outside the square. He was carrying a helmet that belonged to one of the soldiers. A big crowd of students were following him.
That young Chinese student's picture would be the symbol of the uprising here in the U.S. It was the cover shot for Newsweek magazine.
And he was holding the helmet aloft, stating, this is what happened, and I got the soldier's helmet for the guy that did this to me. And it was unbelievable. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife.
Somehow, with the streets crumbling around them, members of the American Exchange Group say they felt safe. All are glad to be home, but they returned without bitterness or bad feelings.
I think all of us have this sense of warmth and affection for them, and it's a tragic time for these people, and I think we all come through with that.
The exchange group went to China to learn more about the culture there, and while they did have to endure a very dangerous situation, all of them returned with what they call a wealth of understanding that could last any of us a lifetime. At JFK Airport, I'm Mark Schumacher, Channel 2 News.
Of course, the sun has just come up again in China. There, a new day is beginning now. We will be updating you throughout our broadcasts.
The world that they have total control and have the country unified. 84-year-old headman Deng Xiaoping appeared in public for the first time in weeks. Tanks and troops made new shows of force in new areas of Beijing. Police, both uniformed and plainclothes, flooded streets and neighborhoods. Reports of secret terror and arrests abound. Nearly everyone connected to the pro-freedom movement was on the run and hunted. CBS News China correspondent John Sheehan has our first report.
Thousands of troops have moved to staging areas close to the university quarter, apparently poised to fulfill a martial law order to put the campuses under military control. But overall, the siege of Beijing is moving from the military to the political, the first wave of arrests.
It's very difficult in a totalitarian state to hide. There are a lot of instruments of authority available to the security forces.
Supreme Leader Deng Xiaoping, rumored dead a few days ago, reappeared for the first time in 3 weeks and took responsibility for the crackdown that resulted in the massacre of hundreds, if not thousands, of peaceful protesters. Communist authorities have called on the survivors to give themselves up to the police.
They will use photographs that have been taken during the course of the demonstrations, probably to include even those photographs that were used by the media services here in the United States.
Deng praised the brutal suppression of the students and led a silent tribute to soldiers who died during the night of military terror. Deng's appearance is the sign the Chinese public has been waiting for, that there is an intact power structure. Deng attempted to justify the violence by saying that the protesters were attempting to overthrow the communist system and turn China into a capitalist country. The United States and other countries evacuated more of their citizens today because of the potential for continued upheaval.
Good to get back. I'm too old to be doing this. Good to get back home.
Tomorrow, embassy officers who have been working around the clock plan to cross the military lines to rescue anxious Americans stranded in Tiananmen, 150 miles away. There is no rescue for pro-democracy students now on the run from Chinese police. John Sheehan, CBS News, Beijing.
The heart of China was a garrison today. In Tiananmen Square, the authorities staged a pageant of victory, a coronation ceremony for the old guard, which had waged war against a new generation and had won. There was martial music and military precision, a smart and sharp contrast to the sweet disorder of the democracy movement, which had dominated the square until Saturday night. The rest of Beijing was coming back to life in a sullen sort of way. The rest of Beijing, that is, except for the campuses, which were desolate places. At Beijing University, the heart of the rebellion, dormitories were deserted, classrooms empty, sports fields abandoned.
Students say the Army swept through the campus for the first time last night and talked to the administration, wanted to know who belonged to the student union, which has been declared an illegal organization. The president of the university this morning told all the students to leave the campus and go home for their own safety.
In fact, the exodus had already begun. Students, by definition now marked men, trying to fade away into the vastness of China.
Most of the people think the Army's going to come any minute, take students away, maybe the professors away, people that were involved in the protest.
Some American exchange students came by to look for their Chinese friends, found a few, just a few.
Most of them have gone back home, back to their towns. They've just gotten on trains and gotten out of here. They were really scared, so for good reason.
The only life on campus was by the memorial boards, where lists were updated of the dead and the missing, where mourning was a residual act of rebellion, with the government still insisting that no students had died in the square. Meet blood with blood, read one poster. No one on earth has ever been so cruel, read another. There was lingering horror and disbelief.
I was very sad about that, and scared. Everyone has fears about that, so I'm not sure. No. I don't want it happen again.
There are no safe places anymore. All over China, faces in a crowd were spotted by soldiers and taken away. The roundup had begun. In Chengdu, Sichuan province, 100 people arrested, the authorities say, for vandalizing vehicles. Young people. In the industrial city of Wuhan, more young people, a gang of hooligans, according to the authorities. Everywhere tonight, it seems that the best and the brightest are behind bars or on the run. By Beijing Science University, a banner reads, "The mountains are crying for the loss of our youth. It is a generation with hate in its heart, which will surface again one day. But for now, for this month of June, this is the class of '89. Bob Simon, CBS News, Beijing.
There are some signs that the center of gravity for the pro-democracy movement may be shifting to Shanghai, China's largest city. There was another huge protest march there today. For reasons that are unclear, Communist Party leaders did not or could not stop it. Shanghai demonstrators, led by students, are making stiff demands. How long they will be allowed to make them unchallenged is a question mark. Jerry Bowen is our man in Shanghai.
In Beijing, students have been killed for this. In the port city of Shanghai today, where there's no martial law, city officials let them march, let them publicly mourn the dead of Tiananmen Square, the students killed in the massacre that Beijing now insists never took place. Tens of thousands of students and some workers began their protest in Shanghai's People's Square, marched in with banners and flags and wreaths, the largest anti-government demonstration in China since the carnage in Beijing. But it's a march to the beat of a tired drummer. The students have ended their street barricades here. Some of their leaders have been arrested. Worker support has weakened. And there's desperation mixed with the defiance as the students speak of their hopes for democracy, their hopes for freedom.
We are sure that we will win a final victory, although it may mean that we will have to fight for some long time and we may lose some more lives.
Today, it was government surveillance of the people as the students made new demands, called for a dialogue, for Shanghai television to show the killing that took place in Beijing, for city flags to be lowered to half-staff to honor the dead. The students have given the Shanghai government 48 hours to respond to their demands, or else. The or else was left vague, but one can only imagine the reaction of the government used to delivering its own ultimatums. Shanghai's mayor said only last night he doesn't want to call on the army, doesn't want martial law. What he may have been saying was, learn from the lesson of Tiananmen Square. So the police today just stood by and watched as the students marched into the heart of Shanghai, on by City Hall, toward a self-imposed deadline, perhaps toward a new confrontation. Jerry Bowen, CBS News, Shanghai.
President Bush, through spokesman, today condemned the Beijing massacre. But the president is sticking with the policy of trying not to be what he considers too critical of China's communist leadership. More about that from White House correspondent Leslie Stahl. Leslie?
Dan, the president's press secretary was harsher in his denunciations today than the president was last night. Said the press secretary, the government has murdered many of its own people. Reprisals against the students are repugnant. We watch this with grave concern. And yet, despite the TV pictures today of Deng Xiaoping in effect taking credit for the crackdown, Mr. Bush still won't make judgments about Deng and is still waiting for him to return the phone call Mr. Bush placed to him yesterday. It's been hard for those involved in the plotting, step-by-step, 17-year climb to a good relationship to see it disintegrate so rapidly. Going back to Richard Nixon's breakthrough meeting with Mao Zedong, every president has kept the momentum going.
The progress has been fantastic from 72 up until several weeks ago. I am saddened to see this rupture take place, and I hope it's temporary.
So does President Bush, who was envoy to China in the Ford years. He celebrated the stability of the relationship with a walk through Tiananmen Square 3 months before the massacre there.
What I want to do is preserve this relationship as best I can, and I hope the conditions that lie ahead will permit me to preserve this relationship.
This is an enormous setback for Sino-American relations.
Many of the old China hands question whether the relationship can be preserved.
This entire fabric of bilateral relations has clearly been jeopardized, perhaps even damaged very seriously by the events of the last few weeks.
Officials here say that neither trade sanctions nor economic reprisals can have any effect in the short term on Chinese behavior, so Mr. Bush sees no point in moving fast. He also believes that any split with China can only benefit the Soviet Union. Dan?
Leslie Stahl, thanks. There was a big rally supporting China's freedom movement at the United Nations today. New York's Democratic Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan urged support for President Bush's policy, the policy of not being too critical of Chinese communist leaders. Moynihan was booed off the stage. CBS News reporter Aaron Hayes has more on the demonstrations here in New York and other U.S. cities.
Nearly 20,000 Chinese Americans marched in a downpour through the streets of New York's Chinatown, denouncing Li Peng and Deng Xiaoping as murderers.
Stop the killing! Stop the killing!
At the United Nations, New York's Mayor Koch said President Bush should give asylum to Chinese student leaders in Beijing and make a personal appearance before the UN.
Safe now, the counter-revolution has been quashed. In fact, the last signs of resistance in Beijing had disappeared. Those wall posters in the universities were ripped off by troops overnight. The apparent tranquility is more deceptive than revealing. Behind the bicycles, the old network of secret police, informers, interrogations, and forced confessions is being reinstalled with a vengeance. In the space of a few days, China has turned around to take a regressive road back to a Maoist, a Stalinist system. The surface tranquility is really the silence of terror. All over China today, there was darkness at noon. The authorities announced they had arrested several leaders of the Independent Student and Workers Union and more than 400 so-called scoundrels accused of attacking soldiers. 400 in one day. You could see the brutality of the true believer on China's TV news tonight. The quality of mercy was nowhere to be seen. Threats were issued not only to those opposing the authorities, but to those daring to doubt the official version of the truth. The sequence from an American network was rebroadcast with a subtitle reading Rumor that showed a man speaking of the carnage he had witnessed. Anyone spreading such rumors, the announcer warned, and this man in particular should be turned in. Meanwhile, according to the authorities, expressions of support for martial law were pouring in from the furthest fringes of the country. Here's the government of Tibet, which has had its own problems, voicing its approval. Here's a peasant who, according to the commentator, walked 4 hours to bring a pig to an army hospital. Spontaneous applause all around. The defense minister and ranking officers visited wounded soldiers in the hospitals today, while the command seemed to be building a monument to itself. It was a new exhibit appearing in front of Beijing's military museum. The vehicles which had been burned and trashed by students and by their supporters last weekend, a depot of destruction. In another symbolic sequence, debris was being cleared from the railway tracks outside the industrial city of Wuhan. It was an implicit promise to the people. Like all good totalitarian regimes, the reinvigorated old men of China will see to it that the trains will run on time. Bob Simon, CBS News, Beijing.
The pro-democracy movement is struggling to stay alive tonight in China's largest city, Shanghai. The protests have spread, but so has the government crackdown, and labor leaders are under arrest tonight. CBS correspondent Jerry Bowen is there.
Shanghai University students staged a brief sit-down strike in front of the city's main police station tonight to demand the release of 9 labor leaders arrested for their role in anti-government protest here. The sit-in broke the students' own 48-hour moratorium on demonstrations, which was declared to give the government time to respond to several new demands. Among them, a call for Shanghai television to broadcast the true story of the Beijing massacre. The government response could be heard on loudspeaker trucks roaming the city today. A recording that said only gangsters were in Tiananmen Square, that not even one person was killed by the government. Today's small student protest originated at Fudan University, where a styrofoam Statue of Liberty still stands vigil, and the red banner behind it calls for volunteers to monitor foreign radio broadcasts for the true China story. Other posters warned the students to be careful because the army could still be called in. Indeed, if numbers are any measure, enthusiasm for confrontation is dwindling here, and many student leaders have gone into hiding to avoid arrest. That is why this protest, which wound its way by the old Chairman Mao statue and the new memorial to the students killed in Beijing, was remarkable. But city officials would rather not have the people of Shanghai or the world see even a tiny army of students protesting government policy, which explains why the authorities began confronting journalists today. The Shanghai police prevented CBS News from following the protesters further under the pretense that our driver had committed a traffic violation. The alleged offense, illegal parking, resulted in the police forcing us to go back to our hotel. It's an indication of the new tough line being taken by the authorities in Shanghai. And tonight, the British television network producer was expelled from the country after taking pictures of this demonstration.
I was told basically to leave China
immediately for activities that were incompatible with my tourist visa.
China is in the midst of change tonight, changing back to the way it was. Jerry Bowen, CBS News, Shanghai.
As Jerry Bowen indicated, pro-democracy leaders and supporters in Beijing are not the only focus of the Chinese government's crackdown. Foreign reporters are feeling government pressure more now than since the student protests began. Dave Bryan of CBS station KPIX-TV in San Francisco is in Beijing and live now on the phone with us. Dave, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it's a little bit difficult, Reggie.
Okay, I'll try to speak slowly and louder. Are you free to move around in Beijing now? Can you do the reporting you are sent there to do?
We are free to move around. However, we are not free to shoot videotape of much of anything here in Beijing, particularly of soldiers or any government activity that would relate to the crisis. The way that we have to operate now is we have to shoot things in a very clandestine fashion. We're using very small and easily concealable video beta cameras. We're shooting mostly out of the car window. Once in a while, we can hop out of the car, shoot something quickly, and then hop back in and drive away.
How are you being received by the people? Because 2 weeks ago, people on the streets really wanted this story out. Now the government has told them not to speak. Are they following that?
Well, yes, I'm afraid they are. And in fact, the crackdown and intimidation is really beginning to set in here in Beijing. As you indicated, whereas a couple of weeks ago journalists were practically hailed as heroes, at this point we're being avoided like the plague. In fact, on the national news program here on television, there are warnings to citizens not to speak with Western journalists. And on the Saturday program, they showed a citizen on the street who was speaking with one of the network news crews, and the message was, the government knows who you are, and they asked citizens for help in identifying anyone who speaks to a foreign news crew.
Why do you suppose that the Chinese government has not expelled foreign journalists yet?
Well, that's an interesting question. Certainly on the surface, one would think that we would have been expelled days or weeks ago, because this is not the kind of publicity I'm sure one would think the government would appreciate. However, keep in mind that the hardline rulers here are also gaining something from this news coverage, as negative as it may seem, and that is they're anxious to send a message to the world and to China that they are in control here, that things are not chaotic, and that there is no longer any substantive challenge to their power. That's an important message for them to get out to the world, and in one sense, we are providing that communication for them.
When we spoke earlier, you talked about a potential flashpoint, the dissident being held in the U.S. Embassy in Beijing.
That's right. That's Feng Li-jie. He is considered by many to be the leading dissident in China. He's an astrophysicist, and he was granted asylum at the U.S. Embassy, where he now has found a safe haven. This has strongly irritated the Chinese leadership, Deng Xiaoping in particular, because there seems to be a personal enmity between Deng and Feng. And the Chinese Saturday evening issued a warning, a thinly veiled warning to foreign embassies not to interfere in China's internal affairs. This particular point, granting this asylum, is felt by many to have angered the Chinese government, perhaps even more than the cutoff of military sales.
Okay, thank you very much. Dave Bryan from our station, CBS station in San Francisco, KPIX-TV, reporting live from Beijing.
Well, Reggie, back in this country, Chinese Americans took to the streets again today, exercising the rights that are denied to the people of their homeland. As Channel 2's Jane Tillman-Irving reports, the protesters are rallying around the very symbols of freedom that the Chinese communist regime has attempted to crush.
It was a day of strong emotions and powerful symbols as Chinese and Americans expressed solidarity with the student rebels of Tiananmen Square. In Morristown, New Jersey, a rally where sorrow was overshadowed by rage.
We feel so helpless because we cannot go there to work with them, help them directly. We also feel so angry and shameful that the Chinese government turned the army against their own people.
I feel my heart broken. I feel I'm one of them. I got to do something.
Demonstrators were critical of the U.S. position.
Because when you deal with a communist regime, you have to deal with them from the position of strength.
On Liberty Island, a representative of the Bush administration, Interior Secretary Manuel Lujan, placed a wreath in memory of the Chinese students at the base of the statue they had adopted as their own. In Chinatown, a living symbol, the Bishop of Shanghai, 88-year-old Most Reverend Ignatius Kung. He celebrated Mass at the Church of the Transfiguration. He had been jailed by the communists for 33 years, released last year for medical treatment here.
He decided to say this Mass in public, invite anyone to come over to pray with him together for the repose of the soul for the deceased, for the quick recovery of those who injured, and also for a good future of China.
Throughout our region, there were events and demonstrations to keep the issue of China alive. Here at Dag Hammarskjöld Plaza, hunger strikers continue to send their message to the United Nations.
We want UN to hold an emergency Security Council meeting to have a verdict on this violation of human rights in mainland China, so to condemn this regime.
In their tent city, hunger strikers have been holding out since Monday.
The Chinese government just tried their best to cover what they did.
Turn to Beijing. The authorities are jump-starting the economy, forcing just about all of Beijing back to life, except the universities, the defeated enemy camps. The army never bothered to invade the campuses. It didn't have to. Resistance was gone. Students were gone, thousands of them, knowing that the government had plans for their re-education. It's already begun for 2 of the 21 student leaders on last night's televised Most Wanted list. They were arrested today. In a sequence which recalled Germany in the 30s, Chinese television tonight showed 22-year-old physics student Zhou Fangxua in custody and said he'd been turned in by his sister. 24-year-old law student Xiang Yan was also arrested. He'd been one of the students at that meeting on May 19th with Prime Minister Li Peng. Outspoken then, out of circulation now. At Beijing Teachers College, a leftover wreath marks the spot where student leader Wu Kaishi inspired a rebellious crowd. He is still at large tonight. So is another leader who has not lost hope.
We still have faith to the pro-democracy movement. The leaders still have faith.
But for many, the only faith, the only hope lies outside China. The American Embassy's visa section opened today for the first time since the killings. By dawn, there were a couple of hundred people in line. It was somehow faintly reminiscent of the American Embassy in Saigon the last months of that war. Time running out. People who believe their lives depend on a good place in line. That relations between the U.S. and China could be broken any day. When can we go in, they all ask, fearing the answer will be, as it is for many, come back tomorrow. Patrols pass by now and then, as they do all over Beijing, just a reminder. But the last word today may have come from another capital. In Oslo, Chai Lin, the one-time commander of Tiananmen Square, was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize as a symbol of the democratic movement in China. Bob Simon, CBS News, Beijing.
From the beginning, China's movement for democracy and freedom was not just confined to Beijing, and neither is the current backlash. Chengdu, the capital of China's most populous province, is also under martial law. And Shanghai, the business capital, has plunged into a depression, both financial and psychological. Correspondent Richard Wagner begins our report.
The fighting has stopped in Chengdu, the only city in China other than Beijing under martial law. The day after the massacre in Tiananmen Square, thousands of students took to the streets here and burned a police station, the central market, and other buildings. Chengdu, the major city in southwest China, has always been at odds with the leadership in Beijing. Behind a huge statue of Mao Zedong, the authorities have stored the hulks of buses burned by the rebellious students. At the city's principal university, students say as many as 300 of their classmates were killed in the brief but vicious violence. 22-year-old medical student Liu Wensheng is dying. He was shot and beaten by soldiers as he joined the protest against the brutality in Beijing. Most of the students have left the campus. The few who remained were reluctant to talk to us, but one who did, when asked why he stayed, said, well, it's not safe at home either. Another said he thinks that democracy will one day come to China, but that it will take at least 50 years. The authorities are claiming only a handful of people all across China were killed in the uprising. But the young people of Chengdu are not buying what they call the big lie. The government has begun a re-education process here behind closed doors and on public posters. Young children are being forced into the so-called youth police. Here in the heart of the province, which gave birth to Deng Xiaoping, the iron fist of Beijing is once again in firm control. But its grip was briefly shaken, and that moment will not be forgotten. Richard Wagner, CBS News, Chengdu.
There's a desperate effort in Shanghai now to suspend reality, to convince residents and foreigners alike in this industrial center that nothing's changed here. Just look at the tranquility on the streets and listen to the sounds of the cranes, the construction cranes, carving out a new skyline, proving that the business of Shanghai is still business. Why, say China's deal makers, should those rumored events in Beijing make a difference?
To them, this is you just roll with the tumultuous events and get back on track.
But foreign confidence has been derailed by the Tiananmen Square massacre. $250 million of pending U.S. investments alone have been lost in Shanghai, according to diplomatic sources. Future deals set back years. And most American managers of joint venture factories are gone, fled at the height of the unrest. The authorities are even trying to shut down the few satellite receivers that bring Western TV news to international hotels, for fear the information could reach the general public.
Inside China, in Shanghai, the government is winning the propaganda war. But the student protest leaders who've gone underground are not giving up, have served chilling notice they will not suspend the reality of Tiananmen Square.
At the last major anti-government demonstration here in Shanghai, two students who had fled Beijing nervously approached a British reporter, showed him the blood-caked shirt of a slain colleague and the pictures he'd been taking. They asked the reporter to make sure the outside world saw the truth.
They see that the Chinese people are beginning to accept the official version of events or inclined to it, and they desperately want to redress the balance.
The two students, a boy and a girl, were being hunted by the police. It's not known what's happened to them. But in China these days, one has to suspend reality to believe the outcome will be good. Jerry Bowen, CBS News, Shanghai.
And still to come on the CBS Evening News. Terrence Smith on a shortfall for House Democrats about the minimum wage and destroy supporters of democracy. As Bob Simon reports, the new shadow on the scene today was that of the hangman.
Death was the headline on Chinese television tonight. The sentences, the first since the crackdown began, were meted out to 3 men convicted of torching a train in Shanghai last week. They were announced minutes after unspeakably gruesome pictures were broadcast showing charred corpses of soldiers burned 2 weeks ago by demonstrators in Beijing. The connection was clear. Tough measures are justified, tougher measures are to come. At a public show trial today, 26 workers wearing signs accusing them of spreading rumors and social unrest were paraded before an audience in the city of Changchun. The scene seemed to have been lifted from the darker pages of modern Chinese history. Western diplomats say the stage is being set in traditional communist fashion for a purge in the party's inner sanctum. The losers are the liberals. Until a few weeks ago, the Beijing hotel catered to Western tourists. It's now denouncing their ideas. Some of these bright red posters on the wall, which look like they're advertising a circus, are really attacking bourgeois liberalization, words which have become satanic verses to the angry old men of this regime. Family, the party comes first. One more of the 21 most wanted students turned himself in today. He'd been urged to do so by his mother. Individual rights. At the train station today, soldiers were capriciously searching baggage, checking books. The secret police are everywhere. Outside the American embassy, this grandmother in gray was taking pictures of students with a camera hidden in her sack. Some of those people who applied for visas yesterday came out with happy faces today and a flimsy yellow piece of paper, the hottest ticket in town. This woman will visit her husband, a student in Maryland. She hasn't seen him in 2 years. She's going to see a nephew in Tennessee. This is a medical student. This young woman is going to Massachusetts. University of Massachusetts.
That's right.
Been there before?
Never. It's the first time, and I'm learning education.
That's when she caught the eye of an undercover cop and went away. A ranking party official today accused unnamed governments of meddling in China's internal affairs. But the authorities announced that cables of support for the regime and its repressive measures were pouring in from Bulgaria and East Germany. Bob Simon, CBS News, Beijing.
Mikhail Gorbachev wound up a triumphant tour of West Germany today. Barry Peterson reports that in Gorbachev's final news conference, the Soviet leader, for the first time, had an openly, publicly grim assessment of what's happening in China.
Mikhail Gorbachev was center stage today, exactly a month after he arrived in Beijing for a summit that was overshadowed by student protest. Asked about the events in China, he was unusually frank. Referring to a letter he received from the students in Beijing last month, he said, "I cannot suspect the authors of that letter of any evil intent." He warned darkly about the chaos in China. If the reforms fail, he said, it would be dangerous for the whole world. As for the hardline Chinese leadership, no mention. Gorbachev apparently following the old rule that if you can't say something nice about those you must be friends with, perhaps it's best to say nothing at all. And he wrapped up this summit with one hero's welcome after another. One newspaper is even calling him Gorby Superstar. Such German adoration has greatly advanced his efforts at image making. Gorbachev, the new European peacemaker. At risk, the old concept of NATO as the military check on Soviet aggression. Gorbachev is convincing more and more Europeans that the new Soviet Union is less threatening, that it's time for NATO to scale back.
What they're trying to do is to change the character of NATO from a military into a political alliance, to make it easier to bring the two halves of Europe into a more normal political relationship.
This summit, by all outward indications, has been a triumph for Gorbachev. His next trip into Europe, winning and wooing the French in Paris, beginning on the 4th of July. Barry Peterson, CBS News, Bonn.
U.S. Defense Department officials today tried to talk up to Congress and to the public the high-tech stealth bomber, a jet designed to be invisible to enemy radar, but visible enough to make U.S. taxpayers want to pay for it. Our Pentagon correspondent David Martin reports now on selling a warplane.
The Senate Foreign Relations Committee and NBC correspondents in China. Here is the first part of Tom Brokaw's interview with spokesman Yuan Mu.
Mr. Yuan, thank you very much for being with us tonight. The whole world is interested to know just what happened in Tiananmen Square. Did Deng Xiaoping give the PLA orders to go into the square and clear out the demonstrators?
The PLA troops marched into Tiananmen Square to fulfill their task of imposing martial law to protect the order in the capital. And no casualty resulted from the clearing of Tiananmen Square. Not one people died on Tiananmen Square. And the military vehicles and armored vehicles didn't crush any single person.
Mr. Yuan, I find that an astonishing statement on your part. We have literally hundreds, thousands of feet of videotape showing students being shot down, innocent bystanders being shot near the hotels, neutral observers not only from Western nations who are journalists, but also from around the world, and others, including people from your own country, who witnessed people being shot in Tiananmen Square at point-blank range by troops, unarmed demonstrators. How is it possible that you and the leaders do not believe that someone there was hurt?
Well, I didn't say that no casualty resulted from our efforts to put down the counter-revolutionary rebellion. I only said that no one died when the PLA cleared the Tiananmen Square. As for the entire process of putting down the counter-revolutionary rebellion, about some thugs died and some onlookers were also killed or wounded by mistake. And also the PLA suffered huge casualties. An important reason for the incorrect foreign press report about the current situation in China is that those foreign reporters are not very clear about the nature of the counter-revolutionary rebellion which occurred. Well, the nature of it is that a handful of thugs and hooligans have instigated counter-revolutionary rebellions to overthrow the leadership of the Communist Party of China and the socialist system. And the PLA has been ordered in to suppress that counter-revolutionary rebellion. But in this process, because the good people are mixed up with the bad people, so the PLA exercised maximum tolerance and restraint, and they didn't fire upon entering the city for fear of wounding onlookers and good people.
You described the demonstration as being led by a small handful of hooligans and thugs, as you have described them. Isn't that an insult to the millions of Chinese across this country in many cities, teachers, shopkeepers, workers, even Chinese journalists who joined in the demonstrations for more democracy, for less corruption in the leadership of your country?
We have never regarded the vast number of students as writers, but it is indeed a fact that there are some writers among the students. A few counter-revolutionary rebels who got mixed up with the students have even put forward programs and chanted slogans for overthrowing the leadership of the Communist Party of China and for subverting the Socialist Republic of the People. And these have become the motives and the purposes of their rights. So we must never let them succeed in that.
Well, there you hear it. Yuan Mu, the government spokesman in Beijing, speaking with NBC's Tom Brokaw in Beijing today. We'll have more of that interview in just a moment. Right now, we want to pause and get some reaction to it. We're going to talk with Senator Richard Lugar, Republican of Indiana, who is the ranking Republican on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, you heard the Chinese official version, what they said happened or didn't happen in Tiananmen Square. Are these the kind of people that our government can or should do business with?
Well, obviously, we heard in that interview a 1984 type interpretation, literally of China speak. It simply won't cut it because now the rest of the world sees China, sees it very clearly. The Chinese are trying desperately to try to restore the commercial ties, the diplomatic ties, while they go through the repression. And this two-track method, I don't think will sell either in China. It certainly won't sell in the rest of the world. As far as our own government, it makes it very difficult to continue on regular diplomatic relations, any sort of normal relations, and to have this kind of response when Tom Brokaw repeatedly asked about the people mowed down in the square, and they deny that anyone was killed.
Well, Senator, let's get more specific about this. Today, a senior administration official told NBC News that President Bush would be ready to meet with China's leader Deng Xiaoping if it were in the interest of the Chinese people and if it would help to keep that door open between China and the United States. How far should the president go today?
The president always has to be available to meet with the head of any state that would be useful to the United States of America's diplomacy. That is his job. The facts of life are that the American people understand the Chinese government, and the Chinese need to understand that we are not fooled, that clearly the investments that they're hoping for, the relationships they're hoping for, are simply not going to occur given the incredible situation that is going on and really the preposterous interviews that are being given officially.
Senator, quick question. Is this a government that can survive for a number of years?
No, I don't think it will survive for a number of years. I think the possibilities are that we will see in China, unless China reverses course, vast problems of feeding the people, certainly economic decline that will put great pressures on the central government. We may very well see governments in other parts of the country or a general disintegration, even if in Beijing and Shanghai, various other urban areas, order is restored.
Senator, if you'd stand by, we'll come back to you for more of your reaction as our interview continues. We might mention that at this very moment in Beijing, the Brokaw interview with Yuan Mu is being shown. What you're seeing now is the actual picture shown midday in China. We'll get some comment from Beijing on how the Chinese are reacting to that. We will continue with Tom Brokaw's interview with Yuan Mu. He'll be talking about China's best-known dissident, Fan Lizhi, who currently is living under wraps at the American Embassy in Beijing as we continue.
Until I moved here, I never realized how every block is like a small town. There's a nice corner market. Everybody meets at the coffee shop. My landlady, Lillian, she keeps her eye on everything, including me, the newcomer, up here alone with some boxes and a suitcase.
Come on, you're not alone. You got your phone and you got me.
Before you move, one call to AT&T helps put everything in place so you can feel right at home.
I miss you.
I miss you too.
AT&T, we take you right there and keep you this close.
Did you know that certain kinds of diet frozen foods get 40, even 50% of their calories from fat? Fat! Eat smarter. The one you can trust is Le Menu Lifestyle. Every serving is under 300 calories, helps you limit sodium, cholesterol, and is low fat. The only thing we didn't touch is the taste. Le Menu Lifestyle. Eat smarter.
4. Profiles in quality. Pride.
When you get pride, you get quality.
That's what I said back in '81.
And today we still have that same pride.
And from what we hear, a lot of people think we're doing a pretty good job.
You can hear the quality.
You can see the quality.
You can feel the quality in the way it handles.
Thanks.
That's what happens at Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln when quality is job one.
China's best-known dissident, physicist Fang Lizhi, is in his second week of refuge in the American embassy in Beijing. His fate could become a major dispute between China and the United States. In Tom Brokaw's interview with government spokesman Yuan Mu today, it was clear that Fang remains a thorn in the side of government hardliners. Yuan also was asked about the fate of Communist Party chief Zhao Ziyang. Here's more of the interview.
One of the people that you have identified as a counter-revolutionary, as a traitor to China, is Fang Lizhi, the well-known Chinese dissident who now is receiving protective asylum at the United States Embassy. Are you considering invading the U.S. Embassy to arrest Fang Lizhi?
The Public Security Bureau of China has already issued an arrest warrant for Fang Lizhi because he has broken the laws of China and he's charged with counter-revolutionary demagoguery. We know that Fang Lizhi has already fled into the U.S. Embassy in China, so we are closely following further developments, and we hope that the U.S. administration will deal with matter discreetly.
Would you expect that there's a possibility that Fang Lizhi could be sent to a third neutral country?
As I mentioned just now, we hope the U.S. government can adopt a cautious approach towards this question. And we have already served an arrest warrant on Mr. Fang Lizhi, and he must be brought to justice.
Would you expect that if he is brought to justice in China that he would be tried and perhaps sentenced to death?
Well, after he is brought to justice, we will deal with him according to legal procedures.
Mr. Yuan, what's going on in the leadership of China? Is Zhao Ziyang now out as the General Secretary of the Communist Party? Do you have a new General Secretary?
The recent meeting between Chairman Deng Xiaoping and the commanders from the martial law enforcement troops in Beijing tells the entire world that the Chinese leadership is stable. Well, it is true that certain individuals in the top Chinese leadership is guilty of supporting the counter-revolution, of supporting turmoil. But their questions will be dealt with soon and will be made public. Also, I want to add that the problems within the leadership of the Communist Party of China will be dealt with according to the Constitution of the Communist Party of China.
Is it possible that some of the leaders, including Zhao Ziyang, could be put on trial?
His problem belongs to the internal affairs of the party and will be dealt with according to the constitution of the party.
Chinese official spokesman Yuan Mu talking to Tom Brokaw in Beijing today. We want to go back now to Senator Richard Lugar and ask for his reaction. He's standing by at our affiliate in Kansas City, WDAF. Senator, you heard the Chinese line about Fang Lizhi, the dissident at the U.S. Embassy. They've called him, among other things, a counter-revolutionary demagogue. Do you see any circumstances under which we could turn Fang Lizhi over to the Chinese authorities there?
No, I can't see any circumstances that very clearly our credibility in terms of all international laws at stake there. I have no doubt that we've conversed with the Chinese ambassador in Washington about the situation, how it might be relieved, but it does not clearly include the alternative of turning him over.
Senator, thank you very much for being with us this evening. Let's go now to Hong Kong, where NBC News correspondent Keith Miller is standing by. He has, of course, been covering the events in Beijing for several weeks now. Keith, one of the things we've not focused that much attention on is what this has done and is doing to the Chinese economy, affecting people's lives. The government isn't collecting taxes. It doesn't have money to pay the peasants for their food. What's going to happen on that front?
Well, that is probably the biggest question mark, and many people think that that will indeed lead to the next round of turbulence in the country. You have to keep in mind that Zhao Ziyang, the disgraced party chief, is now out, and he was the reformist who orchestrated and set up the architecture for this economic revival in the country. So right now they've got a 30% inflation rate. They've got raw material shortages. They've got worker unrest. That is their greatest concern now, is not having the workers go out as the students did.
So don't China's leaders really face a problem and danger if the economy goes into the drain, so to speak, that there will be more trouble coming not just from students, but from the man in the street and perhaps even the man in the rice paddy?
Many people suspect that because the country is in turbulence. It's had political problems. It also has dire economic problems. One must keep in mind that the reformists are being purged within the party. And as they go out, there's nobody left to manage the economy. And the hardliners do not want reforms. They would like to go back to central planning. Well, now is not the time to try to reverse the entire country's economic position.
Much of this propaganda line, the big lie effort, which we're hearing tonight and the Chinese are hearing every day, is directed at 80% of the people who live in the countryside. What is their reaction? Are they buying it as far as you know?
You know, I think they are, Garrick, because they have no other sources of information. We're talking about the people in the countryside. That's where 80% of the population lives. They have no other source of information. They're being told that the government is protecting them, the government is watching out for their interests, and that they have nothing to worry about as long as this government stays in power. I suspect they are buying it, Garrick, and one must keep in mind that the Tiananmen Square is something very sacred to the Communist Party. It's their spiritual home, if you will, and that they don't want anybody to think that anybody was murdered there.
Keith Miller in Hong Kong, thank you very much. In a moment, more on China in crisis, the first official Chinese government version.
If you're a business spending over $120 a month in long-distance services, and you think that you're saving 20 to 30% with another carrier, we want you to try AT&T Pro Watts. We'll waive the installation charges, waive the change charges, and if you're not satisfied and agree that we have the best value, price, and quality, at the end of 90 days, we'll pay to put you back on your other long-distance vendor.
Save 10 to 26% or more on AT&T long distance. Call now.
When your coffee's smooth and easy, like Sunday morning, and it tastes your way.
It's necessarily Nescafe, great coffee blends to taste your way. That's necessarily Nescafe.
Now it eats these things, all right? It opens its mouth, and it goes.
Peter, no TV till you've had your breakfast.
Now it eats these things, all right?
Economic reform program can continue as if nothing had happened. Business as usual. In Tom Brokaw's interview with Yuan Mu today, a positive image was a constant theme of the official government spokesman. Here is the concluding portion of that interview.
Mr. Yuan, how can you expect American and other businesses from the West to come back into China after the trouble this spring if they realize that the people here can only be controlled by the barrel of a gun?
Well, I think that they will come back as soon as they learn of the truth, because the Chinese government is now in firm control of the situation of the entire country. And martial law is imposed only in parts of Beijing. And we welcome those American friends who have already go back to the United States to come back to China to further engage in economic cooperation and trade exchanges. And what's more, we welcome more American friends to come back to China for trade, for making investments, and setting up enterprises. If we can set aside all the distorted press coverage, both in the foreign press and in some domestic press, and if the entire world can come to learn of the truth of the situation in China, and I'm sure that the fact that China still sticks to the policy of reform and opening to the outside world will win the confidence of the vast majority of countries, including their industrialists and entrepreneurs. China is indeed a very attractive market. So if those foreigners can be aware of the truth, then they will certainly increase their investments here. And another fact also fortifies my point, that is, even during the counter-revolutionary rebellion in the capital, not all foreign entrepreneurs and businessmen left China. Some of them, a considerable proportion of them, still live in China for trade, for investment.
Mr. Yuan, you've already sentenced 3 people to death in Shanghai, the so-called hooligans and ruffians. Do you think that there will be many trials and many executions in China in coming months?
Well, 3 men sentenced to death in Shanghai were accorded such a punishment because they committed heinous crimes by burning locomotives and disrupting the transportation in Shanghai. In the coming months, I think a small number of people, though, which is not large, which will not be large, a small number of people of this kind will also be duly punished because they have committed heinous crimes.
Chinese government spokesman Yuan Mu with Tom Brokaw in Beijing today. We should say, while we have been watching that here, the Chinese people have been seeing it live on television. It's midday in Beijing. Our correspondent Art Kent is standing by. Art, are the Chinese putting a special spin on this interview as they show it?
Surprisingly, not at all. The interview is shown in its entirety with no comment, no changes, no editing, and no footnotes afterward. We've gone to commercial now.
They have commercials in Beijing, too. That's interesting to hear. But the real message are not the commercials. That is the propaganda commercial, if you will. You've been there for quite a while. Are people buying this message in the capital itself?
It's very hard to tell. Certainly the government is trying to put it out in newspapers, on the air, on radio, on TV. All I could say is that when we walk the streets of Beijing, there's still an awful lot of residents winking at us, and they see us as observers from the outside, as representatives, if you will, of a hopeful future when the reform movement will come back.
Winking at you, not necessarily speaking openly with you. Art Kent, thank you very much for that report from Beijing. And we should say that the full interview with Yuan Mu can be seen later tonight on NBC following the end of regular network programming. It has been observed and said that in war, truth is the first casualty. What we've witnessed in the last several weeks in China was first, peaceful assembly, then political struggle, and finally, when the troops moved in shooting, war. In the weeks to come, China may fade a bit from our minds and television screens. Our attention will inevitably turn to other important events occurring in other parts of the world. But what has happened there can never be totally forgotten because we saw it happen. And the Chinese cannot escape it, for in that land of constant change and frequent turmoil, what the students started may have been suppressed, but it is certainly not over. I'm Garrett Utley. Good night for NBC News.
The Untold Story.
It's an amazing line of them, but I mean, at this point, it's nothing sinister. I mean, these guys look like they're out, jogging down the street.
Perhaps it was the Chinese government's last effort to resolve things peacefully. More likely, they were inviting one more public humiliation. A final pretext before they sent in the tanks. The government dispatched 5,000 soldiers, ran them in. Some had jogged 10, even 12 miles. Most of them were without weapons. There may have been a few officers. In any event, there was no leadership. The demonstrators at Tiananmen taunted the soldiers, shoved at them, pulled at them. Not so much offering food as jamming it in their faces. Student leaders lectured the demoralized young troops on their duty to serve the people. If the soldiers' mission had been to clear the square, the mission was a fiasco. The night of June 2nd gave way to the dawn of June 3rd. Exhausted soldiers and exhausted demonstrators lay sprawled around Tiananmen Square, which had now been occupied for 7 weeks. The student demonstrators had been remarkably well organized. It was the government that seemed in disarray. For a few more hours, the symbols of the government, the army, and the students coexisted in relative harmony. That night, it would come to an end. Eyewitnesses to what happened at Tiananmen that night are 4 of our Chinese-speaking specialists.
About 10 o'clock on the night of 3rd June, a Saturday in Beijing, I drove from the east of the city into close to Tiananmen Square and parked my car on the eastern side.
The first thing I heard on the radio was this instruction: no one should go into the streets, especially no one should go to Tiananmen Square. So I went straight to Tiananmen Square.
Just thinking to myself, this is a dream. This is so unreal. I could not believe what was going on. And then I told people around there that we were going to go to the square, and they all thought I was crazy. But I said to the pedicab driver, let's go.
So we said, well, maybe if we stay by Mao's portrait, it will be safe. Maybe if we stay by the marble bridges, it would be safe. Well, if we hide behind those trees, certainly wouldn't be any. None of us imagined that it would be raining bullets an hour later. A little bit after 12 o'clock, an armed personnel carrier came roaring through the crowd. People were just lucky to get out of its way, you know. I found myself, almost before I realized what was happening, carrying a huge barrier with 50 other people and putting that in a north-south direction across the boulevard. When the APC came back on their second sweep, it was caught, the wheels of it were caught in this barrier that was erected by the crowd, including myself. It was just madness. Everyone just ran with almost exuberation, enthusiasm that people with their bare hands had stopped the tank. What happened next was very ugly, and I would have to stress this, to the best of my knowledge, this was not done with the approval or with the participation of any students. But the tank was surrounded, smashed with iron poles. The little glass windows in it were broken in, and then clothing and matting and stuff were thrown on the top, and kerosene and Molotov cocktails were thrown on. And what I heard people saying in the crowd is, it's okay, he's not a human being, it's a thing. That driver of the tank is not a person. He deserves to be killed. At least one of the guys, I think, was killed, and some of the others were escaped. With students, got the injured drivers of the APC, actually, it's not a tank, onto a bus, got them into an ambulance.
Shortly after, I could see an armoured personnel carrier moving into the Xidan intersection from Tiananmen Square in the east. This armoured personnel carrier was one of 2 that had got disconnected from the main body of armoury moving in another army manoeuvre from the east. A Molotov cocktail had been placed on the top of the APC and it was burning. And the people had surrounded this APC, waiting for the soldiers to get out. The crowd was howling, screaming for him to get out, but waiting, knowing that the APC was burning and that he had to come out. Maybe 10 minutes later, the hatch came open again. The soldier jumped onto the front of the APC and then down. He got maybe 5 or 10 meters before the crowd just jumped on top of him. he was ripped limb from limb.
The gunfire was first heard to the west of the square. At least we could see little flashes of light, the tracer bullets going off above our heads.
The real killing came taking the road, taking Chang'an Road, starting from the west, moving towards the square. Some Chinese have now referred to this as Blood Road.
From where I was standing close to the eastern edge of Tiananmen Square, I could see people falling down right across the full panorama of Chang'an. There was one man standing maybe 10 or 20 meters from me. All I could see was that there was a hole hit him in the forehead, and he dropped to the ground, didn't move. One young girl who was carried, she was bleeding. She looked like a crimson patchwork to me. She didn't look like a human being.
Before I left the square for the last time, I went up to the Monument of the People's Heroes. Tightly serried ranks of students, grim-faced with their headbands. And one girl said to me, "Go home now." And I realized she meant, we are now ready to face death, and we don't want you to have to be part of that. Please go home. All this time there was a duet of the airwaves with the government saying Tiananmen is a sacred place, the students crying out their views of democracy and so on.
When they got to the eastern fringe of the square, soldiers, for no reason that I could perceive, started firing on people maybe 150 meters away who were standing in front of the Beijing Hotel. The soldiers just randomly cut loose, and I saw maybe 10 people fall down as a result of that gunfire. I could see maybe 3,000 or 4,000, I'm not sure how many students, who still gathered around the monument to the People's Heroes. By about 2:30, the soldiers had completely surrounded three sides of the square.
At 4 o'clock, the lights went out. We thought that that was the worst moment had arrived, and that some type of savage, fighting must be taking place. But we were too far away to see.
A colleague of mine who stayed in the square up to 6:30 a.m. said that this is what happened. One of the student leaders negotiated with the army command for the students to leave. The army agreed to them leaving, and they opened up a corridor toward the south, toward the Tiananmen gate, for the students to leave. My colleague tells me that the students joined hands, sang the Internationale and the Chinese national anthem, and made their way out towards the south.
A lot of journalists marched out with them. Where the killing then began again, and this is Spanish television crew who were on the scene and marched out with the students. What happened was they marched out at the southeast corner and then were led around, and then all of a sudden the tanks showed up again and closed off the road on them, a new group of tanks who didn't know who these people were, and opened fire on them.
The students from Nankai University in Tianjin, who could not go home overnight like a lot of the Beijing students could, stayed on the square to the very end, and they supposedly lost several hundred people right on the square, including people being mowed over in tanks, because they voted not to leave.
I felt incredibly sad, and I felt very sad for China too, because I really think that this was an opportunity for China, and that it's an opportunity that they've lost.
In one single evening, they wiped out every iota of hope or faith or idealism I ever had towards the Communist Party of China. They are totally bankrupt. They are totally lost. In my mind, and certainly in the mind of my Chinese friends, they have lost all legitimacy. They have lost the mandate of heaven.
And so, in one bloody night, the movement was crushed, order restored. But what had so scared China's leadership that they resorted to killing their own young? There was much more. So were these. student demonstrations, denouncing corruption, demanding free speech. They erupted all over China during the winter of 86-87. And as we replay these all but forgotten scenes, there is a foreshadowing of things to come. April 15th, this year. Hu Yaobang, former head of the Chinese Communist Party, dies unexpectedly, and China's students go into mourning.
Hu Yaobang's death had galvanized them. As one of them put it to me, the wrong man died.
The movement that was smothered in 1987 catches fire again. Hu Yaobang had been close to the students, had tolerated their demonstrations, and for that he was fired from his post as head of the Communist Party, replaced as chosen successor to Deng Xiaoping. Mourning Hu Yaobang, therefore, is an indirect way of criticizing Deng Xiaoping. Thousands of students converge on Tiananmen Square the night before Hu Yaobang's funeral, fearful that they'll be barred from the square.